Hey, I'm back. Back for round whatever. Hey, Tommy, Bart, Brissette, welcome. Here, I'll put the link. We're mostly an open panel for all kinds of people. Men, neurodivergent men, geeks, nerds, Gen Xers, that kind of stuff. Welcome, yeah. Um, it sometimes it takes a few minutes or so to get the panel kicking, but I'll wait for the people to show up. Oop. And oh, okay. Well, welcome. We get those too, including myself. This is a straight bar for a gay bar for straight men, I call it. And others. Even in the gay bars, the thing I liked about gay bars is you didn't only meet gay people. Like all kind of interesting people ended up at the gay bar just because it was the environment was a little more loose and free, I guess, than the straight bars. A lot of the straight bars where I grew up were like country western, and country western dancing, and or like what do you call them? Like not pubs because they had dance floors, but like combination pool halls slash dance floors. And so the gay bar was like an alternative to all that. It was one of the few alternatives to that. I think Gen X really is kind of the alternative generation. And we had alternative music, indie music or underground music. I mean, movies. Um, my whole life has been like finding alternatives to the current thing that was more in line with who I was. And I think I'm still doing that. Like, especially after 2020 and with all the political stuff going on. Hey, Winston. I notice a lot of people are like wanting alternatives to the current thing. Or even the people on the left, they want alternatives to what they perceive as the current thing. I don't have a problem with all. Isn't that like market competition? You just build a better you just out compete somebody's product or offer an alternative product so that people have options and choices. I like that. That's also why that's another form of empowerment. That's also why I freak out less about the current state of society or the government or the system, um, because I can make my own alternative. I've always been able to. Like no one reality that somebody tries to impose on me is ever the final reality. I can always create an alternative to it that works better for me or that I like better. I've always been able to do that. And maybe I take it for granted that anybody can, but I feel like if I could do it, almost anybody can or should be able to. Oh, I think I had a tweet or two. Let me look up. Remember, so-called social justice woke activists want to destroy the lives of anyone who isn't visibly oppressed. I would agree. So make sure to wear the sackcloth, learn to cry the blues, try to identify your way into one of their sacred protected groups, and hope they buy it. That does, because there's a hierarchy to the groups. Because I'm in autism, gay, ethnic minority. Um, there's another one. Hang on. Well, anyway, I'm in at least three, and the whiteness and the maleness, or whatever they call whiteness, and the maleness counter erase all those. So it doesn't quite work. Matt Walsh, in fact, he did a whole parody video on it where he did like the math of how the woke calculate where you are in their hierarchy. But and it was hilarious because it was kind of true. Like once he worked through it, it's like yeah, that kind of is how it seems like they think. They're so concerned with classifying everything into a group, which is a very technocratic, bureaucratic, like digital age way of thinking. And I'm Gen X. We were all about the individual, like seeing each person as a unique individual. I think it's reductive to think in groups. I mean, you may have to do it, as part of your job or policy or something where you're planning things that involve large scale populations. But the average person, like at least how I grew up, thinking in groups was taught to be not necessarily bad, but inferior than seeing past the group to the individual. Like that, it was the beginning stage of maybe getting to know someone, but it wasn't the end stage, and it wasn't the most important thing about them. I don't. I think the older I get, I think I like and am prouder of being Gen X probably than more anything in my life. Like I am so blessed. I feel like I won the universe birth lottery that I got lucky enough to be born in Generation X. Like that, of all the things about me, that is the one that I think I feel most grateful for. That just like how my life just happened to fall into. I'm so adjusted to that generation. It was perfect for me. Okay, well, by the way, I have a no hate. We're getting rid of the hate. We're no haters policy. And so, depending on my judgment of things, if you push it too hard, it may end up getting you banned from the channel. I have a pretty low strike. In fact, let me read those 11 rules of the Church of religious minority. That was the other one, Satanist. And here, I'll even post the link. 11 Satanic Rules of the Earth by Anton Sandor LaVey. And I don't follow all of them, but I like the ones I'm about to read. It very much is in line with my satanic ethos. When in another's lair, which this is, show him respect, or else do not go there. Seems like basic common sense to me. Number 4, if a guest in your lair annoys you, treat him cruelly and without mercy. You can bet you I'm going to do that. And number 11, when walking in open territory, bother no one. Same, I would say the same applies here, especially my guest and panelist. If someone bothers you, ask him to stop. If he does not stop, destroy him. You can bet I will do that too, at least in this channel. So grow up, behave. We have a good thing going here. Don't fuck it up. No, umbrellas are umbrellas are not banned. I don't like Mary Poppins, but umbrellas are not banned. The party it kind of doesn't, which that's perfect for me because I am a party never ends kind of guy. Like my two cities where I spent most of my adult life, if you don't count Seattle, is Vegas and New Orleans. They were 24-hour towns. The party literally never did end. That is my norm. I'm used to that. And I've said many, many times, my goal is to make this a 24-hour stream. I did it during COVID. I could do it on YouTube. Oh, okay, the other tweet. This is just something interesting that I thought to share. It's the air pollution levels in Europe compared to the USA. Look at this. Look at Europe. Air pollution levels. And this surprised me because I'm up here. But I'm from here. This is like some of the, but we have the oil refineries, the chemical plants. That, in fact, around Baton Rouge, they call it Cancer Alley. There's when you drive like from Texas into Louisiana, you can smell the pollution in the air. Like the whole air changes. So Is this car pollution like that much bigger than all the chemical plants in Louisiana that the people driving these cars are always complaining about? That astounds me. Yeah, I think the U.S. is doing pretty good. Wow. You know, it's a gumbo. This is a big mix of everything. Supercalifragilistic. Let's look at it like this. We're all adults making choices. You're making choices. You're choosing what to type in the chat. I'm making choices as a result. Like, let's just make choices that keep it from getting to the level where I have to ban anybody. This place is here to help men, men, autistic people, neurodivergent people, cool people that just want to hang out, intelligent people that want to have conversations and dialogue and question things and try to understand reality. Um, so anything that is disrupting that really does not have a place here. Now you're teasing. Wow, I love this, Chuck. Wow. I wish, in fact, I'm going to leave this up here for a little while. I might even make a banner. Um, oh, speaking of, I guess I have to turn my banner on. Hang on. Yeah. All right. Oops. All right, there we go. Let no corrupting talk come out of your mouths, but only such as is good for building up, as fits the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. I don't even know who you are. Like, you could be anybody. Hey, Derek. Well, like I said, I vaguely remember the name. I think I've seen you here before, but I don't remember you being. I don't remember anything particularly obnoxious about you. If I banned you, it was probably because you were going after Mike. That doesn't happen here anymore. He's a reformed troll. He's demonstrating that, so I'm going to give him the space to continue to grow into something else. And you're not don't no one's going to come in here and mess that up. So if you're coming here with malice or passive aggression, I think it's the passive aggression more than anything and the hypocrisy. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Finish that AI discussion on hypocrisy. Ah, fuck, come on. Let me pull it up. I had, I had defined hypocrisy earlier, and we talked about why it's harmful. It erodes trust, creates division, undermines moral authority. Like you lose the moral high ground at that point. So it sabotages your own mission, whatever it is. When faced with hypocrisy within a community, here are some steps communities can take: educate and inform, and they have provide accurate, verifiable information about the hypocritical actions or statements. That's what I try to do. Um, Open dialogue, encourage open and respectful discussions about the issue. Um, that is possible. I don't trust these people. I don't trust any discussion with them as good faith, and I don't like to waste my time on bad faith discussions, especially because they're all doubling down. Because this is what they did. They cried victim. There was an autism video of me with the arrow through my neck, making fun of autistic people and mocking violence against them, and some people were like loving it, putting hearts on it, putting crying, laughing faces all over it. People that hang out here that are part of this community, and I confronted them on it because it caught me by surprise, and now and then so they played the, oh, you don't it wasn't what you think, you don't understand, you're just confused, you got to understand this. But then now they're doubling down, they're like writing even more comments reinforcing and confirming the initial impression. So I was right about these people all along. So I don't trust any kind of open dialogue. I don't know what that's going to comp. Like, I'm pretty good at this. I'm 53 years old, and I've been around, and I've dealt with this shit my whole life. Like, I'm really good at pattern recognition, especially around this stuff, and affective memory. Um, I'm pretty sure I have this situation sussed. So, if y'all want to, like, dialogue and dance around some more and bullshit, but I don't feel like I'm getting open, transparent um, dialogue from any of these people. And I will put my transparency and authenticity against theirs any day, and my compassion and humanity against theirs any day, because I think what this guy's doing is malicious. And I think these people, somehow their id is tied up with his malice. And, and I found out the reason he's doing it is because he thinks I'm an asshole. And so, who's the asshole? The person who thinks someone's, the person who subjectively did something to make someone think they're an asshole, or the person who in response made a video mocking their autism and making fun of violence against them. That seems way more the asshole. Like, there's nothing I did on the stream ever I think that's more asshole than that. So a lot of this is projection, and I think there's some people, whether consciously or not, that are getting enmeshed and tied into something very dark going on that side. Plus, the guy's an idiot. He doesn't have any factual information correct. Number two, hold individuals and institutions accountable. So you're tying yourself to somebody like less intelligent. So I will put my intelligence, my compassion, my humanity, my authenticity, and my transparency against him or any of you motherfuckers any day. So if you want to have that contest, I'm willing to do that. Demand, call out hypocrisy, publicly address hypocritical behavior or statements. That's what I'm doing. These two things don't match. Look. Demand transparency. I don't demand anything from adults. If adults want to, if they want to give the transparency, they're going to give it. If they see the value in it, they're going to give it. If they choose not to, again, adults making choices. I made choices about what I said here on the stream. This Saul person made a choice in response. People from this community made choices in response to that choice. I made choices in response to we're all adults making choices here. Let's not play victim. Support accountability. Advocate, demand transparency says require individuals and institutions to be transparent about their actions and beliefs. Well, if they're being hypocrites, the transparency is not there. That's like telling people demand that they not be hypocritical. That's not realistic. Advocate for consequences for those who engage. I don't need to advocate for shit. I'm just going to block them if they keep it up. Foster a culture of integrity. Promote ethical values. Encourage and celebrate honesty, integrity, and accountability within the community. I think I do that here. Set positive examples. Highlight individuals or organizations that demonstrate high ethical standards. I think I try to do that here. Encourage critical thinking. I definitely do that here to my detriment. I lose members over this shit. Promote critical thinking skills to help community members identify and challenge hypocrisy. I got kicked out of my local Satanist group over encouraging critical thinking. Engage in civic participation, vote for leaders, local government, community. Okay, that's at like a higher level than we're at. Lead by example. Practice what you preach. Be a positive role model by living according to the values you espouse. Avoid hypocrisy. Be mindful of your own words and actions to avoid hypocrisy. That's that self-awareness that I mentioned earlier. I said they're either hypocrites or they lack self-awareness. They're not aware that the thing they're in here complaining about is the same thing they're doing to me and other people. Encourage others to, on a way more hateful level than they're saying it's done to them, by the way. Encourage others to do the same. Inspire others to follow your example and strive for integrity. By taking these steps, communities can work together to address hypocrisy, promote ethical behavior, and create a more just and equitable society. Well, I'm not so much concerned about that part. All right, let's check comments. Yeah, we tend to get reform trolls here. We had another one the other day that was doing well for a while, and then he gaslit me, and out he went. Oh, ha ha ha! Are you serious? Hang on, that was the best troll ever. I think that and Talcott today just made my day. Yeah, like we can do so much with our language. Why would you choose to? Why would you choose hatred? Unless they just don't know any better. But that's just emotionally like stunted. Oh, hey, Alexander. Good to see you. And Super, I'm still not sure you're Mike. But whoever you are, you're winning me over so far. Yeah, that happens here too. It's kind of a wild ride sometimes because so much happens here. And feelings, which to me are part of the same. They're like a continuum, the thought feeling. Like space time, thought feeling. I did. I did. I got canceled by the social justice Satanists. Yes. And our thoughts, like our dominant feelings, become our thoughts. Yes. They say perception is reality, and I guess for many people, like that's that. I think our reality is more subjective than objective, at least subjectively. You did. You did make me laugh. Oh well, he comes. You come highly recommended. Then, of course, y'all could all be the same person with like 5 accounts, all faking a conversation. That's the kind of thing. Like, if this thing doesn't have you paranoid after 2 or 3 years, you're not doing it right. Oh, let me see if I did all the Twitter stuff. Um, yep, I think I got it all. What is it? Saturday? It's kind of early right now. I'm gonna try to do a night stream. I'll either do a short one now, break and come back, or I'll just keep this one running into the night, depending on who shows up and what goes on. I love any. Okay, I'm taking you at your word until I have a reason not to. That's pretty much how it's worked so far. Like, probably 80-90% of people, if you like have a sense of people, which mine is very broken. I can't always rely on it, but I can generally take them at their word and have that be more or less the outcome I can expect. And so it's every now and then I take someone at their word, and then they give me a reason not to. But for the most part, statistically, it works for me to just keep doing it that way. And there's like I'm careful about what I take at their word and what I risk. And there's the concept of limited trust. Like, I could trust people for small specific things without necessarily trusting them completely with everything. And so I trust you that you are the one human you claim to be behind that account, and that you're not a human coming in under another account. But and that feels okay to trust you with. So I trust you with just that until I find until you show up in another account and I discover it's really you, and then I'm like, see, I could trust you. But something like that is very easy to say. Okay, I could trust you for that. But you all seem to know each other, and you all showed up at once. And then another thing I'm told that people do is because they hang out in discords in between the streams, and we have a Discord too, by the way. If anybody wants an invite, just hit me at my Discord name. I should probably put this. Um, or I think it's, I don't know if case matters. If it does, just type in that. And I'll send you an invite to our Discord. Hey, Vinny, speaking of. All right, let's. Um, so there's people that sit in Discord and then they like watch streams together, or they like when a stream comes on, they'll share it or they'll tell their friends. So sometimes that brings a whole clump of people all at once. So it's not always coordinated, but sometimes it can be. Mary Poppins, that's what y'all are. The Mary Poppins OG crew. OG Mary Popkins OG. Yeah, and Rebecca, it seems like you've been here a while, like even before the trolls. I don't associate with you with them in my mind. It's really a small little group. What disappointed me is the pro how pro autism they seem to be, and some of them actually are, and to get caught up in all this ugliness, it's just sad. But I'm like I said, grown adults making choices, so I can't feel too pressed about it. Gary Poppins. Okay, that's my next. AI Mary Poppins as a Mary Poppins as a gangster. She's here to own this city. She'll have everybody singing her name. Oh God, it's what 26 minutes in. I'm already having a ball, and it's just me so far. Oh, let's see. I guess that's all the AI stuff I had. Yeah, I mean, look, I like a good troll now and then too. I'm not an active troll. I'm more like a playful troll. Trolling to me is like a form of teasing. Growing up, like maybe it's a Gen X thing, but even my parents' generation was kind of like this. Teasing was kind of a form of affection. Like you didn't tease people you didn't care about. It was a way of expressing affection. It's like a playful bantering between friends. So a lot like that kind of trolling. I enjoy. It's the malicious trolling or the passive. There's two types. There's malicious, which is just that hate. These people need deep therapy. And then there's the passive aggressive kind where these people don't have the ability or practice to communicate effectively as adults. So they have to get this out of them like sideways. They do it through this really passive aggressive trolling, this indirect um, venting. Oh, I missed the part where he was trying to twist it around you. That's the part. I'm not saying he didn't. He probably did, but that's the part I didn't catch. So I didn't understand the rest of the conversation. But if that happened, I could totally understand why you reacted like you did. Okay, take care. Super. We'll probably be here for a while, so stop back by later if you want. Who's the triangle troll? Oh my god. I don't even need people anymore. The pitfalls and perils of the Paddleverse. Alright. Well, Super Calla just set the bar. So, um, that's like today. Talcott came on. He was at a peace rally. We got to talk to his friend Rusty from veteransforpeace.org. In fact, let me put the site. Today is International Day of Peace. I think it's a great opportunity to have peace and healing for everybody. Like in the Panelverse, we could have peace and grow and heal today. If people can put aside their hatred, their um, fear, their insecurity, their aggression, their hostility, their woundedness, and I know that's hard, but um, we're still adults with the ability to make choices. That could all happen today on International Day of Peace. Remind me, because I'm naturally a very warlike person. Um, but remind me that this is Peace Day. If things get too choleric on here. And so we had this cool Talcott like live moment, and then some of it can be, some of it can be really ugly and hateful. Like like I crossed the line. Honestly, that video, if the arrow had not been in the neck, I would not have had I would not have had the response that I'm having. The making fun of autistic people I thought was shitty and kind of low, but that's kind of the pattern here. Like somebody, because this happened with my other troll that made videos. They see something about me, and then their mind. I wonder if it's borderline personality. Like if this is the boiled rabbit from Fatal Attraction. Their mind, they experience something about like this person just decided I was an asshole and I needed to be taught a lesson or something. This other person decided that I had thought all this stuff about them, or and that I was deceiving them in some way. And so instead of talking to me about it in both cases, instead of talking to me about it, they go off and they vent into a video, like an expressive creation. And what they put in this video is so more extreme and so more out of proportion than anything they accuse me of that they just expose their own self in the process. I'm a Satanist. I know I can see the demons, just like Jesus could. I can see the demons in people. I'm a Christian Satanist or satanic Christian, whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing to me. This is their demons. I know how to draw them out. If this is your demon coming at me, come at me. Show it. Show it. Let's get it out. Show me that demon. I can take it. And let the world see your demon. Let them see how demonic you are capable of being in response to some random something somebody said on the internet. And how many other people you can draw into your vortex because their demons start to come out. This is how I learn. And this is going to help me with my community. Their name is Senior Citizen Saul. They're making like they have some kind of like pathological borderline reaction to me, and they're making all these hate videos, and then people from this community are going over there and loving and supporting and commenting all over them about me, and then they come here and they play a different role and then accuse me of doing that with completely factually wrong information. And they're not very good at tracking or interpreting. I personally, I think they're low res, not very bright, and emotionally underdeveloped. Yeah, I'll put one of them. I won't play it on here because I don't want to feature their work. But I'll drop the link because I think people need to know what people are doing with autism. Hey Jeff, what's up? Are you hanging out with the lady today? Jeff chop wood and play video games. Is it Mrs. the Mrs. Is it going to be? I heard a rumor a while back when you were here. And by the way, you just gave yourself away, super. That's how I know you're not Mike. Oh, cool, nice. That Norman Rockwell racist lifestyle. Right. Yes, I was gonna do. Oh my God, Winston. I have a whole. Um, it was gonna be the history of Satan, how he developed as a a literary character, and one of the origins is this, or at least from the fallen angels, is this concept of the daemons, the daemons, the demons, the Greek ones. The Socrates had one. It was the little voice in the back of his head that tells him, "Don't move to Seattle," and he listened to it all the time. Um, and at some point, they became Apuleius, the one that wrote the Golden Ass, as in donkey, in Hellenistic times. In his work they kind of turned into the spirits of the air, and then in Saint Paul, the spirits of the air show up, and Saint Paul is kind of, I guess, the first author to really develop the character and concept of modern Satan. But it's really Augustine that gives us the war in heaven, the rebel angel, the fallen angels. And then, of course, Milton comes and kind of definitively captures the character of Satan for all of posterity. And so I think most Satanism after Milton is Miltonic Satanism. It's definitely not Dantean Satanism. I mean, you could say Augustinian or Pauline, but that all gets filtered into Milton anyway. And I think Milton's transcends theirs. Um, yeah. Wow. Yeah, and in fact, this prejudice or bias against emotion shows up in Greece. Like the Greeks experienced emotion as this mysterious force that descends on people, and they didn't know what to do with it. So I guess I should show a little more patience and tolerance to people that are skittish about emotion, because that is like a enduring part of our own intellectual tradition, that bias against emotion. And it's not a bias for me because, as I said, they're one phenomenon to me. Yeah, like I said, it's adults making choices. Yes, I have no problem that opinions were shared at all. In fact, my grievance is not the video. I don't give a shit that if he wants to show people what he is with that video, let him do that. It's my what my issue was from the start were the people from this community that were participating in that. That's where my focus was, not the video. And I got accused of like, well, if you don't like the video, I don't watch it. I haven't watched the video. And I can choose what to expose myself to or not. Yes, that's what I'm doing. The thing that upset me was not the video, it was seeing people in my community and how they felt about the video. And so I am choosing to not watch those people, or I'm choosing to disaffiliate myself from those people. So I'm doing exactly what you're accusing me of not doing and being hypocritical over. Yes, yes. I'm also with. I found out people. It's called a shadow worker, and not in the like doing shadow work type of way, but in the sense of what we're observing right here. People tend to face. I've been told this by others. By the way, this is not me. That with me, people tend to face their own, like the things about themselves that they normally don't have to face because I don't back down. Like other people, like have a way of adjusting so it doesn't get too intense where that stuff comes out, and with me, I don't. So if you're gonna project shit onto me, I'm gonna make you face. I'm gonna put it right back on you, and you're gonna be faced with your shadow, and that's what someone told me when they said you're a shadow worker. And I have this way of or I don't even do it consciously, but people have this way of facing the things about themselves that they don't want to face around me, which I think is pretty based for a Satanist. I do. People that's where people are going wrong. This is what people are getting wrong about me. Oh, okay, I'll bring him just a sec. Sorry, I didn't see. They think that when I'm having these big heightened emotions and overreacting, whatever they want to call it, that there's not also a Vulcan in me at the same time, being completely coldly logical and just like Spock. at the same time as the emotion. They think because that's what I'm saying. There's a bias or prejudice against emotion that it somehow impairs rationality. I could take an IQ test in the middle of a strong emotion and still get the same IQ score that I would any other time. So there is a Vulcan there, and people think that because inner Vulcan, that's the key. People think that because I'm emotional, I'm no longer capable of logic, and that's just not true. I've demonstrated that over and over and over. Hey, Kane. Exactly. Yes. I'm so jealous of people with real lives. I'm looking for. I look forward to one. All right, let's welcome Mr. P.
Yo, what up, man?
What's going on?
Hey, were you talking about the? I just saw you were live and jumped up. But were you talking about the senior citizen
Yeah.
Saul video?
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit pissed me off. Actually, I left probably an over aggressive comment on there because of
Oh.
that. But
Oh, I didn't notice.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
I had the same reaction. I think
I
I
just
don't
wanted to
mind.
show some
I don't
support.
know. Like he was M corner gaming. I had to block him. He was having more or less
He didn't see it.
intelligent discussions for a while. He came in one day just in attack mode, just attacking me from the comments over just like he's doing in these videos. He switched from
Who Saul?
reasonably able to have a dialogue to this rabid like animalistic aggression toward me for whatever I set off at him. And he's been in that mode ever since. So he came in here chatting under that mode, and I had to block him. And then that's when the video started.
Okay, so Saul was. This is you're talking about senior citizen
Yeah,
Saul. Okay.
slash M Corner Gaming.
Oh, senior citizens M corner. I didn't actually know that.
That's what I've been told.
Oh, he's a motherfucker. This guy.
He's a hateful leftist. He comes from the
He
hateful
is.
left, where they have
Yeah.
this really distorted view of everybody not on the left, and they're
Yeah.
rabidly hateful, like borderline tanky hateful.
Yeah.
But why people that everybody likes, like Angel, Liliana, Flaky Jake, why all those people want to go swim in that cesspool that he's creating? That is what my issue is, not him.
Are you mystified by it, or are you just
Yes. Yes.
what's what's
It was a
well
lot
what's
of cognitive
mystifying it?
dissonance between what I see from them on here and then what I see from them on that channel. Not so
Ah,
much Flaky Jake. I had Flaky Peg from the start.
oh, good, because I didn't at first. I actually thought she was pretty cool, and then she kind of
Nah.
just surprised me.
After living up here for 15 years and being the target of it, I have an eye for passive aggression.
Yeah, but I think you had your eyes closed, but I wanted to show a little support for you, bud.
Wow. Hang on. Let's get a feature.
Sam brought this out when you were starting to stream. She's like, "Oh, we got to show him this." So
Oh
there you
my
go.
god.
I can't attach it to my head, so sorry, bud. But you know,
I'm gonna get a pair of ruins as soon as I find them.
but no, Saul has been well, M Corner. He's I don't know. He's always not been. I wouldn't say always, but basically they used to live at Banana's channel.
Oh, well, say no more. Like,
But I actually listen.
say no more.
I have no issue with Banana. He probably very misunderstood person. I think he's got some.
I think he's gonna end up behind bars pretty soon. I
Well,
really do. I'm
yeah.
putting as
I
much distance between me and that little perv freak as I possibly can.
so I didn't see
He's
what
just a
happened.
sick little piece of work, and I think he's not
Yeah.
even aware of it. That's what makes it so disturbing.
I don't know, dude. I just known him for a while, and like I feel like he just he enjoys the shock value of some of the shit that he says, and then it like I think he just hit a level like he crossed a threshold
He's an
that
adult making choices.
no, but he crossed a threshold that I think he now realizes was too far. But he just was like on a
But I don't
rampage where
trust
he
him
could
not to do it
say
again. If he didn't know,
anything
like
he
that's
wanted
such
to.
an obvious threshold for most normal human beings. And
Yeah.
if he did not, if he was unaware that was a threshold, I don't trust him about anything. Like I don't trust him not to know some other threshold and do it again. Like he is just chaos to me. He is not worth taking a risk on.
Yeah.
No way.
No,
If you didn't
I'm
realize
very
that was a threshold, dude, you
yeah.
need to stay far away from normal society.
I'm really conflicted with Banana because I've been through really good times with him, and I've been through like times where he's come at me and my wife, and then we've come full
And
circle.
he
And
has
then
kids.
when he was when I was being attacked, he like kind of showed support. So I have a hard time just condemning him. I just kind of see him for what he is, and that was my comment at Saul's, Jeff, is that I don't really want to hate people because they make terrible decisions or they
Oh,
have these like
I don't
crazy
hate. It's not
flaws.
hate. The hate's coming
Yeah,
from them. I have no hate.
I'm not
I have
saying
no
you.
malice.
No, I'm not saying you,
I,
but I do see a lot of people that are coming after him, and I kind of just see Banana for who he is. I see a lot of people
yeah,
for who they
I do
are. I see
too.
Jeff.
That's why I leave him
I see
alone.
you for who you are, and I don't care if you have flaws or you make mistakes. It is what it is. That's we're human beings, man. So I just try to accept everybody for who they are, and if I can get along, great. If not, whatever. It's all good.
I
It's
see you, Mr. P. He's always been a respectable panelist here. So that's all I ask. He's able to come here and respect my channel.
yeah.
So I
No,
don't
I'm
care
not.
what I don't care where he hangs out after here.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't hang out there. I'm telling you literally that I've done that. I've had a lot of great times at his channel, but then I've had to boot him off my own channel because of some crazy shit that he
I
said.
had to private a video
Like,
because I was so worried that the police were going to knock down my door any moment and snatch my computer. It was so graphic.
why? Whoa, what?
Blatantly
Huh?
admitting the stuff he does on Monkey in very graphic ways.
Oh yeah, the monkeys just went left, dude. I don't know why he's on monkey, dude. It's just I don't get it.
And the fact that he didn't even know that was a third rail, like he had no clue not to even get within 10, like 100 yards of it. He like that just disturbs me right there.
Yeah, I seen a couple of his streams when he did that, and I'm like, I just was like, bro.
Like that's
Again,
going to be a line for a lot of people, honestly. It's
it
definitely a line for
is.
me.
Yeah,
So
and people have just like that, whoever that was down there. People have come into your chat and said, "Oh, so you're a Chomo supporter, this and that," and I'm like, whatever. Your opinion means nothing to me, dude. I'll go wherever I want to. But I'm conflicted when it comes to him. I have a hard time rejecting him 100%.
yeah, yeah.
Transparently.
Do what your heart. You know him better
Yeah,
than I do. I'm looking out for A, my channel, and B,
that's
what the little that I did see from him was enough. Like
well.
there's nothing that's gonna overcome that
No. It's all
impression.
good. When did
Kane,
you
what
good?
ableist? I don't know what this refers to.
When did you meet him, by the way, Jeff?
I've only seen him like maybe 3 or 4 times. I think he showed up with the Mike crowd when Mike showed up. He started showing up with that crowd. And then he came on by himself one day and me and him started talking and I'm like, dude, I can't even keep this. I had to end the stream, put it private, and start a new stream and never let him into my life again. It was
Yeah.
so fucking disturbing.
Well, what's interesting is a couple times I've watched your stream through his channel because he restreams you
Oh yeah, a lot
sometimes.
of I'm a lot of people's content that don't have their own.
Yeah, and so he's definitely interested in you.
Oh yeah, a lot of people are.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I get it.
So what's going on with you tonight?
I just got home from work. About to relax a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, Kane. Oh, I do. Wait, hang on. I do need to
Yeah.
address this.
What do you
Kane's
think?
right. Yes, it is. I think Banana is autism. I think whatever is going on with him, I think it's mostly the autism. That doesn't excuse, like, I can still, there are autistic people that I do not want to be around. My ex was an autistic sociopath, probably because of his autism, but he was a fucking disturbing human being that I do not want in my life. So autism is not like a free pass where shitty people get to be in your life just because they have autism. That's you. We still have free association here in America. I can choose the people I want to affiliate with or not, even if they're autistic, without being ableist. If I were at a business and Banana came in and I didn't serve him because he's Banana, that yes, that would be ableist. I would serve Banana if I saw him at a business. Super, he might as well have verbally. he did the verbal equivalent of I everybody's autistic to me, pretty much. Do you think he's? Let me ask you this. Do you think he's neurotypical?
Oof, that's a tough question.
And the thing, if he wouldn't have kids, the fact that he has kids, it makes my skin crawl even more.
Well, in the sense of what that he's going to raise a somebody like
In the
him. Is that
sense
what
of
you're
him
worried about?
that he does, like his sense of boundaries, I guess, just his general sense of the world.
I personally believe that he is in real life like there's Banana the streamer and then there's Banana the father and the you know
People to me are individuals, and
sure.
they're holistic. All of that is him. And if one part of it is disturbing enough, I don't have to justify why I don't want to be around somebody
Oh,
that
don't
touches
justify
that
it.
third rail. I don't
Yeah,
at
don't
all.
justify it. Yeah, it's
He's an
nobody's asking
adult
you to.
making choices. If his self awareness, if his awareness, social awareness is that poor, that's his problem. I don't want me or my channel or my community to suffer for that. I am not associating with that.
That's
Hey,
good. That's your
Jack.
decision. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
don't
and I
and you
don't
shouldn't
judge
have to
you
make
for.
any reasons
Well, I
for
just
that.
feel
You
like
know.
that was what this conversation was all about.
Oh no, dude. And,
Uh,
and I guess maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm coming off in a way that is like I'm more just trying to give you perspective. That's all.
but I'm just saying
Because
there's no perspective that makes that okay for me. None. There's zero
so totally
perspective
fine.
that's going to that ever erase that from me.
As long as you don't judge me for being
I
there, that's
don't.
I
Not at all.
really
I
don't
don't even.
care.
I didn't
Yeah,
even know you were associated. In my mind, I do
yeah.
not associate the two of you at all. Banana is his own little thing, floating out there in the Panoverse. I don't judge you, Mike, anybody else for associating with him. This is a me and my community decision. That's it.
I
It's
appreciate you.
not applied to anybody else.
What's up, Jack?
Hey,
Welcome.
Jack, how'd it
Hey,
go?
it was interesting. It was good. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I I loved it. Did you did you make some connections? Like, is there going to be future activities?
I always hope
Did
that I
they? Do
meant
you feel like they accepted you?
yes, but they don't understand what I'm doing. And I mentioned okay, so Rusty is the guy who talked, and he's an inspiring man. He's a great dude. Um, but what you were talking about, Jeff, you're a shadow worker. I think is the term you said, right?
That's
People
what other people.
will shout.
That's what they've the term they've given me for it.
Dude, I got a story along those lines for myself. That's what I realized. People get the wrong idea about me. And people in the chapter and other places, they've been intimidated, I guess, and they don't understand me. So I've been trying to get Rusty to have a conversation with me or any of the members. I've been inviting them to try and join me one time online, see what I'm doing. So, Rusty, I'm going to follow up. I was going to follow up
You
with an
think he'll do
email.
it?
Well, I'm going to follow up with an email to the people that were included in the email for the gathering, promoting what Rusty shared. But then I'm thinking, how do I deal with the other conversations? Because, right,
With oh, you mean on the panel, like the ones that show up on
yeah.
your channel? You're gonna have to. I would do them as a featured guest. Don't try to have a panel that day.
Well, no, I'm sorry. What I'm referring to is sharing the link of your stream. I want to
Oh,
share
I
the,
was thinking about that today too. Yes, we're promoting this man, but it's on a gay Satanist stream with a guy with yes. But honestly, Jack, I haven't found that to be much of an issue for many people, really.
okay,
Most
good.
people have been able
Well,
to see past it. So I mean, I think there'll be a few people that might think that's weird, but I think for the larger cause, and really, what we want to do is get him associated with your channel. And so, like I was like just the conduit for you and your channel. So if you could like make him think that don't so much get caught up on Jeff's channel. He was just like helping me out. Oh, we have. I think I'm pretty. We have a guest. Let me put an overlay. I'm pretty sure it's that person, but we'll find out. Hey, is that you?
Hey, bitches, what's up?
Can you flash your cam so I'll notice you?
I know who that is.
You know who it is.
I
Loser.
was gonna say, do you recognize that voice? Because that's
Yeah, let's play identify the new guest.
It's that character Steven,
Fuck
Is
you,
it?
Jack. Fuck
one of his
you.
many personas.
I don't know if he flashes
you.
his camera, he could stay on because I'm taking him as who he presents to be. All right. Well, I know this guy is a pro, and I know that he will flash his camera if he really wants to come on. So it may not be the person he's pretending to be. Anyway, okay, go ahead, Jay. You were, yeah, like connecting him to your show and
Yeah.
connecting his audience to your show somehow, and have me
Yeah.
just be the pass through.
So I haven't followed up with that email, but I am. I'm going to use that as an opportunity to try and invite them to join me in my stream. And then I did meet another guy. I mentioned him on the stream, a guy named John. He's known as Chef Gus after his, as I understand, I think he was an, might get these guys confused, but I think he was an optometrist and then found his way in the military. And then when he got out, he spent years and years as a cook serving the homeless.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Was that a
So
job he got paid for, or was that like just volunteer?
I don't know. I didn't get the details, but people like this, man, people fascinate me. I mean, everyone's got a story, and some of the people I've met, they've inspired me. So
would I be
Yeah.
rude to for you guys to tell me what you're talking about? Because yeah.
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
I'm
I'm
gonna. In
just.
fact, I'm gonna let Jack catch you up, and I'm gonna go get a refill. I'll be right back.
oh, so earlier today, I don't know if you know me or not. I do my own channel and
I've
panels.
heard of you. I don't know you very well. I've heard of you. I've heard you talked about by certain people, but I really don't know your deal.
Well, it's a pleasure to cross paths.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you too.
Peace is my mission. I'm wearing Veterans for Peace branding pretty much all the time. But today, it turned out today was International Day of Peace, which was apparently created in 1981 with the UN. And so I didn't know the date and I didn't know the event, but the local members, the local chapter sent me an invite. And today there's a small little peace rally here in Spokane. And so to share what we were doing, I saw Jeff was live streaming. And so I popped on and we had, he let our local chapter president share some things about peace and the work of what's going on. So it was a wonderful opportunity in my mind. You know, Jeff was he was an instrument for being able to share what I feel is important. You know,
Yeah, I
ending what,
helped him get his message out, and but
yeah.
it's on this channel, so hopefully it works.
And
It
what
was
is the message specifically?
Peace,
oh
like world.
Just peace in general. Okay.
Yeah,
and
it's veteran. They want they feel like we're losing the concept of peace in general. Like
Well,
nobody even knew today was International Day of Peace. Like even that should be knowledge. Like let's have one day out of the year where we all at least acknowledge and celebrate the possibility of peace. So even stuff like that, they're like every year we try to tell people it's Peace Day, and nobody even knows. We can't even get that message out. So they feel like they're losing the concept of peace, and they want this younger generation to know that the world is not just all war. It might seem that way, but peace can be a real thing, and just keep that concept alive.
well, isn't peace bad for business?
Well, that's what he was saying. Like they want less veterans. They're like, we don't want to keep making veterans. Like we don't want you to have to keep thanking us for our service. We want you to not need our service at some point. So that's why they call themselves Veterans for Peace.
Yeah.
we want to change the old practice. Business as normal. No, no. When they've
Well,
been treating war as a business, that's not normal. That's
So
evil.
I don't want to be negative, but I'm losing hope for something like the concept of world peace because of how much how much money is made in the in war, both
Mhm.
from the manufacturing side to governments, politicians. It just doesn't seem like where we're in this like inflationary overspending economy that it seems like that war is just kind of how they pay the bills. Um,
like they create war specifically to profit for. Do you think
I
wars
mean,
would not happen if they didn't do that, or these
well,
wars
think about
that's
it
like
this way: like before 9/11, when was the last time we were really at war?
they were like overseas. I remember things like the Kuwait, was it the Gulf?
Sure.
Continuously. I
What's
mean,
that?
Y-
it's been continuous conflicts and U.S. involvement in the affairs of other nations. The
Sure,
U.S.
but like
government's
direct like U.S. like I feel like once 9/11 happened, like the Patriot Act came in, and then we just been at continuous like war state.
well, what you're describing is the exact problem we need to face. Behind every war is the economic greed and selfishness. I mean, General Smedley Butler, early, when was he, in the 30s, 50s? He was testifying how he, as a military leader, had been used as a mafioso for the corporate racket.
And
War
you think
is
stuff like that is still like you don't trust that that's not still going on, something like that.
it's clearly
Definitely
happening.
going on. Yeah.
I don't know. I just
And
You don't
this
think
is
it is, Jeff?
I'm a scared. When people say clearly, I'm like I don't see it. How clear can it be? Like if you have to look to see it, it's not clear. I wish they dropped the word clearly at least because it's
fair
not
enough.
clear to all of us.
Maybe we should drop the word clearly. But I mean,
It's like we see it. Why don't you see it? And I have no idea what people are even looking at.
well, just
But
look at the conflict with Ukraine, and just look at just like the constant like
But
ratcheting up on.
reality is always more complex than any picture that any individual
Sure,
human brain could like
but I'm looking at
create
like the
about it.
weapons manufacturing that like happens now in the United States, and how like the top like manufacturing companies now are in the U.S.
But should we
and
stop manufacturing weapons?
we should
Because
well,
then
but
stop.
I'm
our
saying
enemies are not.
if the goal is peace,
Yeah.
it shouldn't be
I don't.
ratcheting up the business of war. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here. I don't know.
I thought war. Like I don't think we want war, and I think we try to avoid war. I don't. So I don't think that there's. I don't agree that we're starting wars just to make money. I think if we're in war, it's for strategic reasons, like geopolitical
Yeah.
reasons that are in the best interest of the United States.
Jeff,
What war are we currently in for money? That just to get the war machine pumping.
Ukraine and Russia were using NATO with being led and encouraged by the US. NATO is using Ukraine as a proxy war against Russia,
They
which is
said
just,
that,
well, no, they don't
so it's an
overtly
inference.
say it. And so maybe this is it, Jeff. No offense, but maybe your naivete is showing. Um,
Well, I
I
like
think
what
Jeff
you
likes to
make.
see
I
the
go by like
best.
claim. People make
Yeah.
claims and then evaluate the claim. And you said NATO is currently using it as a proxy war against Ukraine. So that's a claim. And I'm like, well, how do you like? How,
there's
how do you know
Jeff
that?
from my I mean,
It's
I
not my
know that
naivety. Like your
no,
proof can't be well. You're just naive.
you're well. It was pointing at a few things, but Jeff, the reason I know this is because of my experience, and I've been just recently, I sat through one of the Schillinger International Peace Coalition Zoom meetings. Every Friday they've got these Zoom meetings,
Oh,
They've got retired military, they've got former government officials, they've got uh, journalists, people who have been investigating the stuff that's been happening. Dude, there's so many factors that have been involved between World War II, the establishment of NATO, and what is now happening in Russia and Ukraine. But there's, with the patterns of war and the patterns of chaos, there is no denying the U.S. involvement. And you brought up, Jeff,
well, yeah. Well, we're sending them stuff. Like we're definitely involved because we're like sending them weapons and money and stuff. But
the
do you think we started the war so that we could have a reason to make weapons to send it? That's the part that sounds far fetched to me. Like it seemed like this is a
I don't
Putin
think it's
thing.
that simple, Jeff. I don't think it's that simple.
Maybe I'm just
thank you.
naive.
It's think about what's okay. The Republicans and the Democrats, they're both on the same side of the economy, the economic structure. And under the current system, corporations have taken over the government system through
They just sued. They're suing all the big tech companies. The Justice Department is, and they're winning. So
that could
What?
be true.
Wait, I'm confused. You talking about social media, Jeff?
no, they just had that big antitrust lawsuit against Google that they won. They had one against Microsoft. I think before that they have some in line against Amazon and like all the tech companies. They for years now they've had these antitrust monopoly lawsuits, and they're gradually working their way through the courts. And every time they do, the ruling comes out against the tech company. And this is the U.S. Justice Department bringing these. So
But
that's our
isn't that more
government
about
at
data,
work
though?
limiting the. And it doesn't seem like they've taken over because our government is still able to constrain them.
Jeff, what I'm talking about is the
Not a bad point.
military industrial
You did
complex.
you
If
well
you
you did mention corporations taking over the government.
Well, and primarily in focused and influenced at militarization, at defense. We've got revolving doors in some of these administrative seats in government. It's revolving doors. They between the corporations of Raytheon and Boeing, the military industry,
And
and
SpaceX now maybe.
and the banking system. It's so obvious the influence of corruption. So what are these guys doing? These political people, they've dedicated their lives. I'm gonna change the system. I'm gonna make a difference. And then they come in and they see it's all bought and paid for, and they're taught how to fit in. And so we've got the left and the right in Washington, D.C., obeying corporate greed because they pursue what makes most fiscal sense. And if the petroleum interest, if the economic interest of the United States is threatened, well, we better go to war. That's nonsense. It's all imagined.
Is that happening now about the oil?
That's
I
been
know
the
it has in the past. Like there was stuff like that in the past where it looked like oil might escalate into something. But is it currently an issue? I
I
honestly
think
don't know.
Well, the issue right now, I see a lot of attention on the Middle East between what Yemen is doing and that transportation, the water that's in there between Yemen and Sudan. That's like one of the major areas of commerce and logistics. So those areas are being threatened, which is why the US is being involved in all of this. And it's very complicated, but it's also very simple. Greed. Greed and selfishness has enabled this this world of wars.
But
Humanity
how
is
do you solve that? Peace. I agree with peace, but not everybody's gonna. It's not a panacea. Not everybody's gonna like embrace peace all at the same time. But gradually like introducing the experience of peace where you can, I think is definitely a way to start chipping away at it.
the best way for peace to be known is for people to stop fighting. And this is what I
Jack,
hear. Yeah, I know.
have you been on YouTube?
Yes, but YouTube, it's a bunch of people that are just, I don't know, they don't have a real invested interest in being serious. But if if we can find a way for citizens to get in front of the members of Congress, we can hold them to higher standards than they've been allowing themselves. We can say, hey, enough of this Republican and Democrat nonsense. It's time for diplomacy and negotiations right now. The end of wars and immediate reforms. And the reforms we want is transparency. We don't want to be we don't want the world to be controlled through confusion and manipulation. That's the path of fear. If we unite together, we create a safer world.
And with all due respect, Jack, that kind of is a little bit of a kumbaya thing, and I think it's a great goal to have, but just living in this world, I just don't see that ever really happening. Like put it this way, and it's more of in our nature. Like when you have, and I'm not trying to call us monkeys, but if you look at what you would say that primates is where we come from, and you watch how they handle social situations in their environment, like they're violent, right? I mean, fights break out among their family organizations, fight brings out among other communities that are local. I mean, they're just violent in general. And then you have like humans that are more civilized, but we still have that violent tendency. Now you combine that with just the want to just make as much money as possible and power. I mean, look at our gross our spending every year when it comes to like how much we spend compared to like our GDP. It's like an insane amount goes to defense.
Right.
An insane amount.
It's foolish spending. See, the people who are not honest, and this is what we've got. We've got a world of dishonesty. Dishonesty is enabling the corruption in the governments and the corporations. That's why workers don't have.
But if you go to Congress and say, stop, I demand that you stop, that's not going to stop it. Like, it's going to take more than just telling Congress.
Of course.
Right. It wouldn't be that. It would be an honest discussion about what is real. And what is real is war is evil. There is absolute evil being perpetrated right now, both legal under the guise of war and illegal, which is hidden under the sickness of this. There is human trafficking. There are children being taken. There is sick things happening, right?
Yes.
So I think it's time for people to start taking life more seriously than money.
But how do you force them to do that if they're not going to do it on their own?
We lead them. We lead them with conversations. And this is way, Jeff, I know how it sounds. I don't know how it's going to happen, but I hope to find a way to speak with the UN leaders and the American government leaders and all the corporate leaders. It's time for better leadership.
You don't. Do you have faith, like in our election system, that we just put in different leaders, or you think no matter who we put in, it's all going to end the same?
So
the battle box is not the solution anymore.
Here's another. Thank you. Voting won't do it. One individual, it's not gonna work. But that's where I think it can make a difference. I mean, I want to start with at least speaking with a few congressmen and women, and then try and get in front of all of them. Because if all of the members of Congress decide, okay, you know what, he presented a strong enough case, he's right, it's time for the Federal Reserve System and we live in a world where slavery is voluntary. We don't have to be slaves to each other in this money
I'm
system.
not.
I know.
Hey,
Many are.
Untrackable.
I was. If we set the truth free, if there's full disclosure between in the businesses and in the communities and in the governments, if we have transparency, we won't have these moms and dads no time with the kids because they're working 2 or 3 jobs, because every employer wants to pay the lowest they can afford paying anybody. We've got a world where it's it doesn't have to be so hard.
I agree. The economy is a big issue. The economy seems to be a problem. We looked at the graph yesterday of the middle class income declining and the upper class income doing this, and the lower income stayed flat at the bottom the whole time. So that definitely looks like a problem to me.
Hey, I haven't sent a letter to all members of Congress. I've sent emails and used the social media and all sorts of different things. But hey, guys, I don't know what the future's going to bring. I don't know if I will or will not play a part, but I believe it's time for the world. It's waking up. It's time for people to be better people. Simple as that.
I can definitely attest to people waking up. I can tell you that's happening, and that's based on channels like this and other channels that they try to report what they're actually seeing versus what they're just being fed on a mass scale. And when you hear some kind of lie about something that happened, and then you have all these people that are actually trying to get the truth out, and people are seeing what's happening better now than they did like 10 years ago. They're like, instead of just trusting what they got on the mainstream, they're sourcing other information to see if that's true, and they're weighing that against other sources, and that's happening more today than it's ever happened. So I do agree with you. People are waking up.
I'm worried they're confusing themselves in the process.
Well, that's naturally going to happen because there's
Yeah,
a lot
but
of
I
bad
still think
information
that's
right
a
now.
good thing. Like it's growing
It
pains.
is. Exactly, Jeff. It's growing pains. It's a matter of time. But the fact that they're losing the battle of information, that's a good thing. People dog Elon Musk for what he's doing, but you know what? He's opening up the communication. You may not like what you hear there, but you're getting more free flow information that you've ever got that's not tied to a left bias.
Yeah, they're targeting him. You could tell.
Well,
They hate it.
he's
They're
he's
bothered.
not a superhero in what he's doing, and that's a platform where there's really very little accountability. This is
Well,
the
see,
problem.
that's what Hillary and Tim Walz and Kamala think too. That's why they're not getting my vote.
Ooh.
Because I won't last. I'm
And
happy
Tim
with the
Walz
level
is
of
a psycho.
accountability.
I
Hey,
think the
Untrackable.
world. Yeah, hey, Untrackable. I mean, to keep going.
Oh
You
no,
what, Jay? Oh, go ahead.
I was jumping in the middle of a conversation. I'm not exactly even sure what's going on. You guys carry on, please.
We're talking
Welcome.
about world peace. Today is International Day of Peace.
Yep.
So
Well, it
go
was a
ahead.
work day. It was a
Oh,
work day for me. So
well,
Was it a
hope it
peaceful
was a
work
peaceful
day?
one.
Yeah.
I
Don't mind
gotta
me.
say
I troll a little bit.
for a Saturday, it was smooth. A little things were different because I was working on my off day, but I gotta say the battle was yesterday. Yesterday everything went to shit. So of course you gotta have a day of peace after that. So
Yeah.
in that
Exactly.
sense, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, go on. Yeah.
Yeah. What were we talking about?
I think Jack was
Massive world
saying
problems
something.
or something? Or what was it?
Well,
We gotta have peace everywhere.
the problems are confusion.
Yeah, how
You
people
know,
might how we get media now, like information now, compared to
Yeah, that's true.
what we had.
That's right. We were talking about
Legacy media or old media, they're calling it,
You can utilize both.
versus new media. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's what I do. I use a wide range of sources and I try to put it together on my own, but we're never getting 100% right. None of us, but it's better than just blindly swallowing whatever is being fed you. So it's at least an improvement on that, even if it's not perfect.
No, I like choking down Newsmax too, so I'm with you. So, but yeah, we're just kind of like talking like major issues with the country, weapons. The war machine is the U.S. Like that's basically what we're talking about.
Yeah, like how realistic is peace? World peace as a goal.
Well, has there ever been peace with humans
No.
ever since they've existed?
Violence and deception are always going to be part of us. Like I would plan for a society that included and managed that somehow, then that
well,
thought
here
that it was possible to transcend it.
to some degree we are just hairless apes, right? We're featherless bipeds, as it was said.
Yeah.
But
That's right.
But we're not just apes. And so
Right.
that's the potential.
we do have the consciousness, and we learn through observation and experience. We learn through mimicry and mockery. We learn by the examples we have. And the examples of our past, our parents didn't know what the fuck they were doing. I know I didn't know what the fuck I was doing when I was a kid. So,
What? Surprising.
right? Well, I was a part of the world. I believed in the systems. I believed it was most important for me as a dad to have a job and have job security. I believe that was more important than being happy,
I hear that.
having time.
Hey, Chuck in the back, can you flash? Oh, wait, I have my overlays. Never mind. Oh, it's him. What's up?
It's me. Walking the dog.
Is that what they're calling it these days?
Well, it's
Wait,
not
you're
mine,
streaming
but
and walking the dog. That's a new one for me. That's
not even my dog.
oh my god.
Whoa.
The things we do for love.
Oh shit. That's brutal.
I think but I think as long as the system's working for a lot of people, there's not going to be motivation. Like you had your own journey out of it, and I have too. Like I'm not in the like as much as I defend the system, I'm not part of it either. It's not for me. But I think it works for a lot of people, and I don't want to disrupt it for everybody else too quickly. But I think the journey out of the system is maybe an individual one.
Well, yes and no. We learn best when
Good comment,
we help
Jeff.
each other.
When
And when we help each other. And I believe that here's what I see.
That's
The
not how-
world is the way that it is because selfishness and fears have been normalized.
because
It's
we're
like-
humans.
Well, that's an excuse. The
It's
truth
just,
is,
it's an observation.
That's a reality.
it's an excuse because
I'm not using it as an excuse. I'm just making
Well-
the observation that factually we are Homo sapiens.
sure,
Yeah.
but the world uses the excuse that fear and selfishness can't be overcome. Well, that's a bunch of nonsense. And so as a result, people are just enabling the things. And that's what the world, back to where you were saying, it seems to work. The system seems to work for you and me, but for many right now, it is failing,
Yeah.
right? And here's
How's
the
that? How's it failing?
Well, like the economy right now.
the wars, the
Homelessness.
economy, the homelessness, the
Yeah.
addictions, the
Yep.
poverty, yeah.
Now, that's not the government failing the people.
Right, addiction's a personal thing. That
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Here's the point. When I started looking at the connections between trauma and addiction, And there's many experts alive today who I'm using their words, so I'm
Yeah,
not
no, there's
wrong.
probably a correlation. That doesn't sound unreasonable to me at all.
but
The
not for all cases.
Chuck,
Yeah, but I mean, trauma does show up a lot in people's,
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's
even
never in
non-addicts.
all
So
cases. It's
the
always
greater
some.
the greater picture, right? And it's so obvious. We have billionaires and homelessness in the same community, the same geography,
yeah,
and we allow those things to happen.
what do we
In
do
a,
about it? Like,
we heal. The point I was trying to get at, poverty and addiction. As a man who's dealt with both, you know what those are? I was partially to blame, sure. But what those are is a broken society. No one becomes an addict if they feel loved. No one becomes homeless
but
and without support if there's
Mm,
not
is
others
it
who.
society's? Is it the state's responsibility to make people feel loved? Is that the
no,
role of government?
Nope.
no.
But it's the people's job to do what the government doesn't. But
Oh my
people,
God, a rotary
Fire
telephone. Who
alarm.
is? That's got to be Chuck.
Yeah, I got to pick up my
Nope,
rotary
nope.
phone. One moment.
Oh,
That's not
oh,
me.
it's the kid. It's the young guy.
maybe a ringtone.
It's the
What's he got? A
millennial.
party line?
Yeah, honey, I got to use the payphone. 1 second.
I used to have a party line when I was a kid.
You did?
Yeah, I remember those.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sue 5543, I think, is the number.
I agree with you, Jack, about having like a nurturing community like that. But not everybody has that, and their life path, the life paths of people that don't, can look very different. My own life would look very different if I did not have the people that the few people I did that showed up with that kind of love at the right time. My own life would be very different. I already know that, and so I definitely. But that happens on like a individual,
Local
family,
basis. Yeah.
communal, regional scale. And I think the higher you scale up, the harder that is to ensure.
It gets more difficult the more people you want to include in anything. Certainly, people are variables, and the more variables you bring into anything, it brings up more more possibilities. But what I've seen is clear. The world has given power to authority and to wealth. Those two things, people in positions of
Always have.
authority, well, it's brainwashing. And that's the thing.
Status. Status is part of our
No,
monkey
it,
heritage.
but the thing is, we've given it too much power because the true power is unity, it's community, it's joining together. The world we were born into, it's controlled by budgets and rules, regulations created
Well,
by.
that's
Yeah,
so
we need
society can
that.
function.
Hey, Chuck,
Society
again,
has to function.
Chuck, that's an excuse that the
No, it's
controllers.
No,
not.
we definitely need our.
What's the other side? Voluntarily, if we understand and we're not selfish and just focused on ourselves and carrying our
That's not
unhealed
going to work for
trauma,
the billions of people that are on the planet. Like we're not all going to suddenly become that
according
at the same time.
to according to doubts or
Just
logic.
according to my sense of people, it seems not realistic to expect.
Sure, it seems unrealistic for people to change. I never thought I
No,
would.
that's not what I said. But to change at this simultaneously on that scale does seem. But individually,
Right.
absolutely not. It happens all the time.
And that's why please consider what I'm suggesting. The masses have given their power of authority away to the banking industry and to the politicians. And
No,
so,
they haven't.
hey, Chuck, just play along like this might be true so I can get to a
Yeah,
point.
Yeah,
let him
come on,
finish
man.
at
Play
least.
along.
Play along. Okay, play along. Play
So,
nice.
so the masses here bringing back in, I mean, let's see if I can overcome Chuck's disagreement or confusion, but bringing back in what Jeff said, you're right. Wealth and authority, they do have a real influence, and they do have some power. So since the world has given so much power to those people in influence and with wealth, let's let's get them to see what is happening. We don't have to live if the rules are changed, right? If the people in charge made these decisions, hey, you know what? Yep, there's enough facts. It's time for humanity to change direction. We're going to try and find different ways of coexisting with each other. So the military leaders tell their armies, stand down, stay on alert, but stand down. No more chaos. And then we work immediately. Then we work immediately to reforming. We bring out the disclosure. No more government secrets. We're paying employees of our government to keep secrets in the name of national security. And then
No,
what
we
do
get
they
it,
do?
Jack. It's
I
just
want that.
it's way beyond, like no, well, we're gonna make everybody honest overnight, and everyone's just
We
gonna be like,
stop
we all
making it-
fucked up. Let's change everything back
we
to
stop making
peacetime and no
oppression-
war. It's just,
How about we stop making oppression legal?
so I actually like Jeff's comment here, not
no.
Jeff, but it's Jeff and Doug's Cheapwood. I
This
love
one.
this because this is actually something I could see happening. If we took the primal energy and focused it on something less destructive like sports, curb the desire for war. But not necessarily that, but like, wouldn't it be like better if like wars were settled over like some like death game or something, or like
Squid Games.
Yes, exactly. Like some extreme competition where, you don't have to, fight for years and kill a bunch of people, but like, the loser
you'd have
gets
to
what they
get all
want.
the
I mean,
nations
the winner gets what they want.
to agree. Like if all the world
Sure.
leaders agreed, we could start doing it that way. But how are you going to get Putin and
Nobody gives a fuck what
Jinping and all
Putin's
those
doing.
people to
Everyone
agree
hates
to that?
Putin. Fuck Putin. They don't give a shit what he has to say.
Well, he has the power to wage war, though. So he's part of the. If we're going to end war, he has to be part of the solution.
All right, well, you talk to Putin. I'm not talking to him.
Oh, I'm not talking to him either.
I'd love to.
I doubt he would listen to me.
I bet he would. I bet he'd listen to me because he knows how corrupt the American government is. He knows how foolish the American people are.
Do you think his is less corrupt?
Nope. See, that's the thing of humanity. Everyone makes excuses. Everyone's got excuses. Well, they're not perfect, so I'll just be I'll be less than they will. And it's all corrupt.
No, I'm not. I didn't say that at all.
It's not.
I didn't make any comment about myself because it relates to Putin at all. I just made an observation about him. It's not an excuse about my own.
Right. No, I'm not saying he's righteous by any means either, but I can understand why he is sending his men into combat. I mean,
Same here. I can understand it too. Ukraine is a strategic need for that country, both in location.
They became an independent country again.
Oh, I get it's not right, but you have to understand his motive behind wanting to do what he's doing.
the American government guaranteed Russia that NATO would not infringe further or closer, because that's the entire existence of NATO, is to fight Russia, fight communism. So what's NATO do? It's recruiting everyone right around Russia's borders. It would be like like Russia.
That didn't happen until they invaded.
Oh my God.
No, that's not true.
Okay, you are so misinformed, dude.
Well, we made a
it's okay.
deal
You don't
with
have to- you just gotta
Ukraine.
educate 'em,
If they gave us their nukes, that we would provide assistance to them to keep them from being overtaken by Russia.
Kane has a good point.
I can't read it.
Is Russia where the communist threat is coming from, though? Not the communist threat to America, I don't think.
Sure it is.
Yeah.
Unless
Russia's
it's
always
coming
been
from
considered
like
an enemy.
propaganda that they're feeding into, but I don't think I think that's coming from within America.
The only
Russia's always been an enemy of or in opposition to the U.S.
I grew up in the
always.
Cold War. You don't have to tell
Always.
me.
Not always.
Even
They
in
were
World War
they were
II,
allies. The
they
U.S.
weren't really allies. Trust me. They did
So
it because they
trust
had
you,
to.
Chuck? No, I don't trust you, Chuck.
He's got a nice voice. I trust him.
He's
All
not.
you gotta do is go look in the history.
Okay, no,
the
no,
old
I'm no. I'm not
footage.
having this passive aggression between the two of you today. So which one do I take off?
Hey,
If
I'm
I'll
gonna
if
quit.
Are you referring
I'll
to me?
quit.
the rules are no different for you guys than anyone
Have a
else, you
good
have
night.
to be able to come up and respect people on the panel.
Wait, I
If
missed
you
what
can't
happened. Why are
manage
you
your
dumping
passive
people?
aggression, don't come up when the person you have it toward is on the panel. All right, it'll be just us until more people
I
show
missed
up.
what happened. Maybe I'm.
They have a rivalry between them that's
Oh.
been going on for years, just like
Okay.
Cerrone and the other guys. You know how Mike's detractors come up and try to be on a panel with him, but they can't contain their aggression. Those two have the same thing,
Oh, got it.
and
Okay.
I'm tired of that here. It's messing up the quality of the conversations that we've been having, and I want to get back to that. Speaking of peace, that's my version of contributing to peace. So if
Well,
you're going to advocate peace, model it when you're on the panel, like both of you.
yeah. I get where Talcott's coming from, but his
I mean,
goal
I
or
grew up with
it's just
John Lennon. I know
yeah.
the Imagine album, and all that stuff. I get the
It's just
vision.
I just
It's about as realistic then as it is now.
Thank you. Yeah. This is way too far off.
I want to buy the world a Coke. I grew up with all of that. Untrackable, what you got going?
I'm sorry with whatever just happened. I guess I was in my own head,
Oh,
thinking
that's
about
fine.
a work.
Sometimes that's the best place to be.
I was thinking about a work situation, and I wasn't listening to a single word. That's why I was on mute, because it was like, hey, what if I start talking to myself or something? You know?
Oh.
Untrackable is like that guy that like witnesses like a murder and then goes into shock and he's like, "Did I forget the milk? Shit, I forgot the milk. I gotta get the milk, don't I?" Okay. They're just like, it's like,
Honestly, like
what?
Jeff, like you said, if somebody's got a feud on
Hang on,
panel,
Jack. If you want to come back, I can keep Chuck off and while you come. Like, I didn't predict that, and it started happening from both, and I couldn't tell which one it was coming from the most. But that tends to happen when the two of you are on panels. I don't mind having just one of you at a time. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Yep. Yeah.
no, I was just saying, when things start to sound feudal, like you said, you even said like they have that tension or whatever. That's between them.
Yeah,
And
yes. Keep it off of my show. Like
well,
respect.
hey,
Here, let me
if
one more time. Hang on, one more time. I'm gonna these are good principles to start introducing. I'm gonna read one more time. Rule number 3, the 11 satanic rules of the earth. When in another's lair, show him respect, or else do not go there. If you can't respect my panel, don't come on it. And I'm making a blanket statement for everybody, not any individual person.
yeah,
And
and that's
playing
it.
out your passive aggression or your active aggression toward people you don't like on my panel. If someone's on if someone's on a panel I don't like, I don't even go on that panel at all. I stay off the panel. So if you're going to come on a panel where somebody you already know you have issues with is on and you can't manage your hostility, don't come on. That's the respect thing I'm asking for. And if somebody comes on that you have an issue with and you can't manage yours, then drop off. Or ask me to backstage the person or something. But we got to work this out. This is World Peace Day.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, okay, yeah. Take care, Mr. P.
Yeah, that. I mean, what you just read and then expounded on was exactly what I was gonna say. It was like, hey, when I come to Jeff's room, this is Jeff's room. What he allows, he allows. But I have to come with the respect of being welcomed and maintaining within those boundaries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I could go to an extreme room, but still lead with that respect and stay within my own walls,
Jack,
so that way I
I
don't
did tell
share.
Chuck to stop and let you finish. And if you want to come back, you can have I won't put him on. That was I didn't think. I just assumed that the two of you could, I should maybe not have let him on at all when you were on here. That was my bad. I just didn't even think. I thought it would be okay because some usually it is. Yes, you as well, and thank you for today very much. All right, so continuing with our theme of peace at International Peace Day. What's up? Peace and healing. Come and get it here tonight on the Outliers at Exile. Oh my God, you're making tacos? That sounds
I
good.
know it's peaceful where I am. I got my fan going, but that's about it.
Kane, one day if you want, and this is one of the things that helped me. If you have another person with an audience come on your channel and then restream your content back to their audience, then that exposes your channel to that audience. And I got a lot of subscribers from that. That's like one of the ways I started to grow in the beginning. So I can do like a guest on your stream one day and stream it back to this channel if you want. They can't. We've tried. This goes way back. This takes a therapist. This goes way back. It involves their experiences in AA, and Chuck's kind of owned his end of it in the sense that it's something he has this personal thing about how Jack does his recovery that he can't put past, and I think that's the big issue. And Chuck's acknowledged this before. Okay, welcome back, Jack. I apologize for that.
I appreciate that because, Jeff, what I just saw, you reacted to the situation, and I understand your rules and what you saw happening. I understand that. But what I saw was Jack getting blamed again for what others are doing to him. So this has been my story for a long time. And Jeff, I love you, brother. I I was really hoping to join and have friendly conversations.
We can still do that because I wasn't blaming you. Towards the end, like once it continued, by the time it got toward the end, it I saw both of you participating in it to some degree, and I couldn't figure out which one.
I've had enough of him.
Well, I
He
agree.
won't he won't stop. He's
I
yes.
agree. I agree. I see. I've seen it before too. I'm not. I'm validating all of that.
Well, the thing is Chuck is one of many. See, while I'm here, my focus, I wanted to participate and let's talk about maybe ending wars and stuff. But my reality, I got disrespected on my own stream again. And then I got Tommy Boy and Paulie Boy both talking crap about
Oh,
me.
right. I saw something about
So
that.
this is my life that I get to deal with. I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, how can we make this into peace? Like, how can we have peace here? What? How would we heal this moment?
I can control no one, but I have been trying to get Chuck to rethink his opinion of me,
Y-
Margot, Paul,
They
Tommy.
won't, Jack. They're
I know,
not.
but
People are
Jeff,
not going to rethink their opinion of
I
me.
know. Well, the
They're
truth is
not.
true. The truth is true. And why the patterns of poor behavior that I'm seeing online, it's no different than what's happening in the real world. People are enabling poor behavior.
I wonder that sometimes is the panelverse a window into the psyche of the average human, or is there something about us that's just not as normal as everybody else? And it probably is a reflection of this is people at their most raw.
people behaving the way they were raised, the way they think is right. And for whatever reason, Jeff, this is my life. Lots of people get triggered by me. Just like you were saying, you found the shadow thing. Have you guys read the book The Four Agreements?
Yes, the be impeccable to your word.
Yep.
But yeah, my boss at work gave it to me one day.
Incredible book. As he's talking about the first Toltec, the guy he described, he identified himself as the smoky mirror, because he was able to see the true reflection and see the light in others. But because of the smoke of the dream, others could not see him clearly. Well, that's the story of projection. And my understanding of the mind took me through Carl Jung and the idea of the shadow. So when I read that book, the smoky mirror, I was like, shit, I'm the shadow mirror. People are seeing in me what they're doing, and they don't
Yes.
realize what they're doing.
Yes, they're the asshole. They're seeing their own reflection. And you can watch it in the behavior that ensues as a result that they try to attribute to the other person. It's so clear to me. I don't know why people. It's so like you can't like you don't understand why people can't see all the corruption, everything. I don't understand why people can't see the obvious projection that plays out in front of them all day long.
I had never seen it. That's what this world, the way our mind works. A traumatized mind is not actually fully in the present.
That's going to be hard to leverage into peace if our brains are like projecting the worst about ourselves onto other people. That's like almost ensures a constant state of defensive warfare.
Does it make sense as well that I guess some studies have shown that people who have been either traumatized or abused, if you use those words, um, have almost these moments where they become the more statistically ones to traumatize and abuse others, if it's like that.
Sometimes, yeah. I wouldn't assume in all cases because there could be victims of trauma that don't
Right.
pass it on. But in some cases, that is a way people attempt to master their trauma.
Right. And life in itself is traumatizing, and even just learning to do a job, it can feel abusive. But if you take I guess they call it the high road, and instead of looking for that person that's having that hard time, as you have the upper hand, you've already survived the abuse and the trauma, and it's like, oh, I get to live another day. And you see somebody having a hard time, I'd rather have the instinct of, hey, pat, you don't have to earn a pat on the back, but if you give somebody a pat on the back, it could change their world.
Those words are true. The idea of, sorry, Jeff, were you
No,
going to
no,
jump
go
in?
ahead.
The idea of patterns of generational trauma. It's often true that a child of abuse will grow up to become an abuser. It's a pattern of trauma. The victim will become a perpetrator. The victim feeling inadequate and weak, they create defenses. And sometimes the best defense is an attack. I think that's what's playing out a lot online here.
I think so.
People are becoming the perpetrator because they felt victimized.
And that's something for like therapy to handle. Like I don't know what we could provide a supportive space, but I don't think any of us can solve those people on here on YouTube.
Well, back to one of the challenges, right? Because if the mind is projection and reflection, if we understand how the mind works, This is why processes like interventions work, and why cross-examination in court, why those things, there's reasons those things work. And it comes down the healing of the victim and the perpetrator. To resolve the perpetrator, you need to get them to see what they're doing.
Is it like restorative justice?
I'm not sure. Restorative justice.
Like when you try to get the criminal to, it's a new like way of doing justice instead of like the punitive or the rehabilitative kind. Let's see. It's an approach to justice that aims to repair the harm done to victims. In doing so, practitioners work to ensure that offenders take responsibility for their actions, understand the harm they have caused, and give them an opportunity to redeem themselves and discourage them from causing further harm.
That is one of
Which
the
I think
things.
is naive, but
You think it's
it is
naive?
a current approach.
Jeff, now you see, sometimes you bring up perspectives that I'm like, holy cows, where'd that come from? Correcting the behavior, that's the whole purpose. We can get away from the punishment.
Yeah, and I don't have faith that certain behaviors can be that easily corrected. Like I think if the behavior's there, it's part of who they are, and you just have to contain it. And
But
that
look at
they
this as
maybe, after a lifetime of hard work, can modify them. But me, as another human, outside of authoritarianism, have no ability to change their behavior.
I think there's levels to education. So you have your pre-education where you're still learning what your fingers are when you look down, and then you have your elementary education where it's not just your parents anymore, and then you have your elevated education where there's you know history behind the words that are written that you read. But then eventually you're going to reach some sort of adult education, and it's not necessarily school anymore. So if you go to a place and you do a thing and you get a reaction that is not favorable to you, i.e., an kicking or get turned down by somebody that maybe you liked, or you know the way you danced or the way you dressed, you're gonna find those turn downs along the way. Now it's up to you to be you and make it cool. And maybe one day somebody will dress like you. Or maybe one day you'll find somebody that is so special that they actually appreciate, your goofy dance moves and the way you wear your hair, or your income. None of it matters. Find the right person. But the question is, if you want to fit in certain places to be able to do certain things, maybe the dress code's a little bit tighter. You know what I mean? And but
Yeah,
but nobody's gonna spank you because you failed. They just won't have you around anymore.
yeah.
They won't give you the job. You know what I mean? So like, to translate to the panel verse, if you're gonna act a certain way, um, there's you know there's leniency amongst thieves, I guess you could say, but you know, somebody's running something, and if it
Well,
doesn't
each
work,
group has its like group norms, and if you either fit into them or you don't, you're either able to adjust or assimilate to them or you're not.
I'm of the view that, not to change it from where you were at, but um, I'm of the view that a lot of our crime and addiction, it comes down to confusion. People have been raised in a world of trauma, and the corruption, whether it's recognized or not, the inequality and the injustice, I think it's pretty transparent, even if people might not connect the dots to see that that's what they're seeing. And then we live with this feeling of corruption within us. We're here to change this world. I'm confident of it. I never thought the world could change. I never thought I was, well, I thought I was a lot of different things. But now I know the only reason I'm here is for the world. It's the only reason all of us are here is to make our impression and our influence into the world. We can't control others, but I truly believe that if, well, a child that's not raised with love, the warmth of love, will find their warmth as an adult by burning the village down, right? And there's a lot of children right now, especially in areas of conflict. Holy cows, man! There's a lot of people that need some love.
How do you give that or provide that to everyone?
I'm committed to the goals. Somehow, some way, I believe that um, there can be economic reforms, immediate end of wars, and immediate reforms. They can happen, and I pray to be a part of that. But until then, all I hope to do is do the next right thing, right? Stay stay grateful and optimistic, positive, and then the way reveals itself.
Yeah. I think you model peace well when you're in that state. You do have a calming energy that you bring.
Well, thank you, Jeff. I think I do. I actually think it's pretty easy to get along with me. But why there's so many people that insist it's impossible to get along with Jack? I'm
If
like,
you have people that can get along, you just ignore those others. They're obviously wrong.
yeah, they give me the most attention though.
Oh, is that what it is? See, that's egoic.
I'm trying to find attention, and I know I've got a better chance of
Oh
influence.
my God, boy, are you slumming? You could get so much better attention from other places.
That's what I thought, but I was wrong.
Well, today you got some today, like positive attention, or at least potential, but not negative attention.
Right. I
That's a
participated in
start. You can work with that.
it's a start. And every time I know I've got a better opportunity of influencing people if I can experience them. The people I don't experience, I've got no chance with.
Yeah, people are going to trust somebody they can relate to more than or somebody that takes the time to get to know them and their story more than they're not, more than someone who doesn't.
I failed to do that a lot because I'd rather see people healed than learn about all their stuff from
There,
the past.
well, there you go. That might be one may be related to the other,
I
or
know.
bleed to the other. Because you can really empower people by through listening, through the act of listening, and through holding someone's story. That's a way right there of empowering them, and maybe establishing some that reciprocity will allow that healing energy to start flowing.
Jeff, you're right. I know this is a weakness of mine. That's why people like Gabor Mate,
Oh yeah,
his method of compassionate inquiry. I know if I gave his method more attention, I'd do a lot better. Um, but I'm figuring it out.
yeah, I
We're
think
all
so.
getting better.
I feel look, we have peace. Feels so peaceful right now.
I was just gonna offer an observation on that and my gratitude. Thank you.
Well, thank you
You
too. Do you
too,
want to
Impeccable. You too.
like I don't know, is there a prayer or some words that you want to say to honor in honor of peace?
It's not that hard.
Really not. It's
It's more complicated to
It
keep looping on arguments.
and it's a choice. Like again, we are grown. We have the ability to make a choice, and peace is one of the options we could choose.
I didn't know what that meant. I thought peace
Oops, sorry,
meant
wrong one.
I thought peace meant relaxing. And for me, relaxing was getting drunk or entertainment, watching movies or TV shows. That's not peace. Peace is just being. Being is the goal. I watched a conversation about this earlier. The confusion we have within us. We are becoming and being. And the world wants us to focus on what's becoming, what's happening, the external, and we lose sight of just being.
Yeah, I would agree. Even in my own life, that's easy to do.
Can I explain what peace is to me?
Yes.
Please.
Okay. Um, I, I was grown up as a water baby, swimming pools, lakes, oceans, everything. And I was lucky enough to have, from about 10 years on, lived close enough to the ocean to get there every day and did everything. The beach is a national park, so like there's rules, but you can go there 24/7, 365 and look out into nothing.
Mm.
And when I get my, because I live inland now, but when I get to go to a lake, when I get to go to the ocean, when I get to go to a swimming pool, even if it's my kid's kiddie pool, I'm in the water. And if I'm in the right state of mind, meaning I can shed everything. There's some things you can't shed in a moment, but if it's not one of those moments, and I can be like, okay, work, well, I'm already on vacation, not answering the phone, it's on quiet. The wife, she's telling me to do what I'm about to do already, and that's play with the kids. Shed everything. And then when I'm enjoying the water, the kids learn how to enjoy the water
Yeah.
because that's how I was raised. Now, like, I went on vacation this summer and I shed everything. Everything was planned and paid for, and we had family in the water. My daughter swam, and but you know what? When everybody was like, "Okay, we've been out here for like 6 hours. We're gonna go wash up and get ready for dinner," I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, and then I'll carry this stuff up when I'm done." And they're like, "Okay." I took two floaties, and I just ventured out into the. I was gone for about 2 hours, just back paddling on these floaties, enjoying myself. Not a care in the world. Wasn't nobody coming to save me. I was out of earshot. Couldn't nobody say, "Hey, get your ass back here. It's time for dinner." I was just gone. And I was looking at the shore and I was looking at the boats. That was peace to me. I just let go of everything. And it was just those floaties in my arms. That was peace. Thank
Yeah. I
There's
get that in nature too. Like out in the desert, that was the most sense of peace and serenity I've ever had.
there's something about water for me too. That connection. I mean, there is a connection to nature, but I noticed that I didn't notice it clearly. But what you were describing, it brought back a memory of, being stressed and depressed and anxious, and then finding a moment of peace out there in the lake, just floating, bobbing in the water. Um, those moments make life pretty special, I think.
you. Yeah,
But it's not
that's
just those.
no, it's not just those, but When
But
you when
but
you have when you have a center, um, a center of your piece that reminds you of what it's like when, okay, say something goes wrong on the water and you're just in these two floaties and you're in the middle of a Virginia lake that just may be massive. Now you're out there, you have nothing but boats trying to whiz by, and you're swimming against a windy current or something like that. Nothing's going to happen unless some lucky person looks and be like, hey, that person's waving for help. You're just a speck at 30, 40 miles an hour with just your arm and your head sticking out. It's way different than the road. But when you can do that in situations where you do have control, you already know what it's like when you lose it. So that you maintain, I guess.
yeah, I think giving people opportunities to experience that sensation of peace, so they can know what it is and build it into their memory banks, is important too. Like if you grow up in some environments, you may never get that. You may not ever get that a second of your life. You may never know what that is.
It sounds crazy, but well, my thought was I know I had those moments, but I never paused to appreciate them. And there is something about something I learned in an online NLP course, the idea of anchor memories, taking those memories of
Oh,
being grounded, being present, being at peace. I think it is important to have those captured and, in our wheelhouse for when things get frantic, we can think back to times that were different.
yeah, yeah. Wordsworth calls them spots of time. They're foundational to us, and we return to them over and over. I mean, in a way, they make us who we are.
Fascinating. And
Provo, I have a new rule here. You can't come and harass my panelists. So this is
Provo
your
is
warning.
he is
You have
he's
artistic license, but tread cautiously.
he's another one
Autistic license too.
I hope to become a better friend with. Chuck too.
Provo. Yeah, I like Provo. I have no explanation for why, but I do.
There's a lot of good people I've met online.
Yeah, yeah, we talk about all the selfishness and deception and evil, but there's so much other stuff in people too that I've experienced, even in the same person.
Right. We're all complex. This is what I learned. This YouTube stuff, dude, it is perfect. Watch and study human behavior from a safe distance. Even interact with it and
It's like
not
at the
worry about
zoo where you could get up close to the glass with the animals, but still be safe.
it. It is. It really is. I used to get angered and triggered on this stuff, and I still,
You
well,
still do.
praise be, I still do.
Yeah, I do too. But it's
Um,
normal. Those triggers are normal. They
yeah,
make like we don't just get randomly triggered. We get triggered for reasons related to our personal histories.
but the triggers aren't everyone else's
Right.
problem.
Yes, I'm a firm believer in that. Your triggers are not my problem. I don't mind helping or being supportive, but don't project them onto me and make me the cause of it.
I used to do that. God, I
What?
blame my.
Hold on, wait a second, y'all. Did y'all say something about triggers? I'm offended. Are you against the Second Amendment? That don't make me jump through my screen. Oh my God! Hey, I'm
God.
sorry. I had to do it.
That's awesome. It is
I could.
amazing. It is amazing how that topic is a trigger for many people. They get excited, man. Talking about my gun rights. Man,
Yeah. Uh, uh, That's one of the things I like about America. I don't want them touching The 1A and the 2A.
I would hope, like I'm a movie guy. I would hope that you you could at least understand the scene in Black Hawk Down where the Delta guys were skipping line in Chow, and the captain called him out and said, "Hey, that weapon's not on safe," and he said, "My safety's right here, sir.
Wait, where
It's
is it? I missed it.
it's right here."
I don't get it.
Well, there's a switch on the firearm that takes it from safe where the trigger doesn't work to where it does work. And it was switched to where it does work. And he's walking through the chow line. And the captain said, "Hey, that weapon's not on safe." And he said, "My safety's right here." Because the operator of the firearm is the finger on the trigger. I don't
And
know.
what's
It,
the
it
point
meant
of
something.
having what's the point of having a safety if you can rely on the finger all the time? I think it was like a backup in case the
I
operator.
think it was a differentiation between the levels that there are to what we know. You know what I mean? You could take this probably to any um, facet of educational program where, okay, I can teach you that there's stars and that there's things around stars and there's things in space, but I could also bring you to, the how they move and where they're going to be and those super telescopes that they have. And once you go through all those steps, like you could probably be asked anything even close to that subject and have a better understanding than somebody that just, you know, passed high school. They're going to know that there's stars in the sky and that the planets and there's galaxies out there in the universe, but they're not going to have the in-depth understanding of what has yet to be completely understood.
Well, one would hope that they would have that knowledge. Oh yeah, that's a good point because they can accidentally go like an accident can cause a gun to go off. That's not related to a finger. Hey, no,
Right.
I mean, Jess.
That is true.
Hey,
But now they want safety on everything. They want safety on Twitter. They want it on YouTube. They want it on our speech because words are bullets now, and so they need a safety on our mouths, on our words.
words have a lot more power than
They have the
children
power you give them.
thought.
The power
Well,
is
Would
with you.
they
would
reveal
would
truth and lies.
would you like somebody else to put a safety switch on my mouth, or would you like my safety to be right here and
I
me
don't need a
never
safety
getting?
switch on your mouth. You can say whatever you want. I can handle it.
But
Like,
but do you understand the concept? Because if somebody shuts you down because I said something versus you trusting me to uh, hit targets, I guess, rather than just be
oh, I
somebody
see. Yeah,
shooting
yeah. I
everywhere.
think
Oh, I got
safety on a
it.
gun is a good idea. Like, it's not a bad backup. But I don't think we need any kind of safety on people's mouths because I think guns are a different kind of damage than speech is. And I think people are trying to equate the two. And I think that's a false equivalence.
Well,
I was using it more metaphorically, but I understand your point for sure.
Oh, I was doing it literally. Sorry.
Hey,
Hey,
what's up, guys?
Mike, welcome back.
yeah, I think what Untrackable was saying is we want self control. We'd much rather have people have self control rather than relying on external control. And this world, we're living in an age right now where communication and the technology, the information that we have access to is unlike any other time in history. And if we don't, I believe what the world is looking for, it's up to all of us to start doing a better job of self accountability, holding each other to being honest, so we don't have lies and gossip just running rampant.
Well, getting easier and easier to do with social media because the lies are all recorded publicly. So you just pull them up and say, "Here, look, you lied." It's not hearsay anymore because we can actually verify what the person said and like visually show it to other people now.
I'm still, well, my personal experience, I'm seeing the lies being recorded, but I'm not seeing much accountability yet.
Uh, I see people try to confront each other and hold them account. It turns into a big drama fest, but I do see people trying to or like making videos in response to like keep the conversation going.
Yeah. Hey, people are interesting. I want to sincerely thank you, Jeff, and all of you guys. I appreciate the space and the time to hang out. I'm gonna
You
bounce out.
too, Jack. I certainly enjoyed it today. It was a great peace day.
Respect to you.
So,
See you,
peace.
friend.
Jess, I'm interested in this. What is the accountability? I don't feel accountable to anybody for my speech. I say what I want, and then you can decide what to do from there. I'm not accountable to anybody for what I say. And I don't feel like they're accountable to me. People can say and do what they want, and then I can say and do what they want in response. Like I can ask them, I can try to understand why they're doing what they're doing, but I don't. That's not accountable. They're not required to give me an explanation. Um, we'll find out, Mike. they're they're on a tightrope right now, but I'm having fun with them. Yes, but peaceful does not have to mean boring, so we can get we can get a conversation going.
I think that was a good point because I think that's a solid thing in philosophy is it's like a statistical thing. It's not that this person is this way. It is that there's some common inner that wants to get out. Like you said about conversations like this, where it's like, okay, you can just show up and say whatever you want, but at the same time, you're going to be responded to, and that response may not be verbal. It may be, hey, goodbye, you know?
Right. There's natural consequences to our speech and our interactions, and that kind of is accountability. If I say something you don't like it, you might leave the stream, and then that is the accountability right there. And then I decide, okay, do I want to say that again, or do I want to keep saying it? So that we don't need like a third party Karen coming in and mediating people's accountability for them and making sure like you need to be accountable to him for this thing. No, I'm an adult. We can handle it among ourselves just by the way we act and react to each other and the choices we make in response. That is the accountability. It's built into adults making choices.
I mean, we've watched. I mean, if you grew up in, I think we all are same eras, right? So,
Gen X, probably. Mr. P is an honorary, maybe.
I'm an old millennial,
Old
but a
millennial.
millennial nonetheless.
it's okay, I forgive you.
We
But
need our
watching,
millennials, though. Y'all are going to be our bridge to this even crazier generation that's coming.
but even when you would watch the news channels, it's like they would jab at each other, but it was very rare that you saw an actual representative of both channels in the same screen, like getting along. You know what I mean? That because they would do it, they would get along for the TV, but then the channels they pose themselves against each other, and every other word is their label. Whereas you're opposing, they're just chatting about each other's opposing channels, and it's like, well, you're either this team or that team, and it's like, well, fuck both y'all. I'm gonna go laugh.
Yeah. That's why I don't think people are forced into any particular choice. So this whole people are being controlled or railroaded into certain options. I think you always have the ability to choose other options besides what you're given by the system. Like it's except in elections, but there's a process leading up to that where there's choice.
Well, it's all choices, isn't it? It's choices what channel you watch. It's
It
and
to
it
me
doesn't
it
have to.
looks like it. When I look at it, that's what I see. I see a sequence of choices. But other people experience differently. They experience it as they're passive victims of other people's actions, but they don't actually have they're not making any choices of their own in the situation. Things are being done to them. I don't see it that way. Like every single action, it's like a board game. That one player takes their turn, they make their move, the next player makes their move. I see every single adult making moves in response to other people's moves. Nobody's just passively being puppeted through life. Every one of us is making decisions and choices every day. From when we wake up in the morning. So your choices may be influenced. Somebody may be pressuring you to peer pressures a thing, but you are still ultimately in the end pressing the one button or the other. Nobody's forcing your hand on the button. And so it's
Yeah,
hard for me to overlook agency because it's just such a given to me in human psychology.
yeah.
Yeah, Jeff, you're right. I think when I think you're right about the choices, right? But the where I have trouble with, I guess, the whole freedom part is in like a board game. If you have a board game, you can only make moves that are allowed based on the rules of the game, right? So there are choices, but it's almost like there's an illusion of choice. If you can only make certain moves within that game, it's not really freedom, is it? You have to make decisions within that
Well, I don't think
constraint.
any human has ever had absolute freedom. I don't think any organism can ever have. We're all constrained by our physical. Like there's physical. We can't see into the infrared spectrum, the ultraviolet. We can't fly. So we're always going to have limits set on our freedom. So absolute freedom is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about autonomy, agency, self-determination, the ability to choose like our
But I don't
life
think
path.
physical abilities like seeing infrared is what we're talking about. That's physiology, right? We're talking about, like, for example, the reason why people don't feel like they're being puppeted, for example, is let's take wages versus inflation versus cost of education, right? So in the 50s, somebody, a male or female, whatever, that was had a full time job that paid, somewhere in the average salary range, could afford to buy a house, put their kids through school, have their wife stay home, have a car, right? And you have the incomes at this level, and the incomes don't really change very much over time. Yet every expense known to man has gone up outrageously since that time period, but their income has stayed the same. So now it's almost like now you can't really earn an average salary and own a home, put your kids through school, and have your wife stay home. Now you have two people working in the household in an attempt to offset that cost difference. And that's an example of how that's affecting behavior. Because you may not want to have your wife work or vice versa, but in order to have a family, you need to make that decision. So essentially, they're controlling behavior by controlling the amount of the value of money. And when you don't touch the incomes and you increase costs, you're forcing behavior.
I
Uh,
don't think you are. I think there's still
I
agency.
think you
All
are.
they're doing is constraining your choices, but they're setting limits on your choices. But within those limits that they're setting, you still have the ability to make choices. So nothing's being forced.
it's not force per se, but it's like corralling you into like a set of decisions.
Yeah, like I said earlier, that even if that's the case, you're corralled into this specific set. There's still creative options outside of that. Like you're able to generate more choices than other people are offering or suggesting.
100%. But that's why you're getting this kind of narrative, I would say.
And my take when I hear the narrative, the first thing my ear goes to is that sense of disempowerment. This narrative is happening because people don't feel empowered to make their own choices or to know that they could like have the self-determination to make other options for themselves. They're not passively at the mercy of the choices people offer you. Like you
Why do you
have the
think that
ability to
is?
generate your own choices.
But why do you think that is?
Because it's I've done it my whole life. Like,
No, I'm saying no, not you. I'm saying why
oh,
do you
why do you
think?
think that is a very good question. I ponder that all the time. Why do I not feel that and everybody else does? I guess maybe they don't have the experience of like I have a lot of like life experience of me actually come like saying okay the system's offered me like I homeschooled myself in seventh grade. I just stopped going to school and I educated myself at home with the educational programming on TV, encyclopedias. I was giving myself a way better education than the school system was. And there was no way I was going back to that school system. And eventually they put me in a school for the gifted, and that was what I needed. But that was me saying, this choice I'm being offered is not working for me. I'm going to make a choice for myself that's better for my goals than what they're offering me because they're failing me. So then I have to compensate for that on my own with my own abilities. And so people have they may not have the experience of being able to do that, but I think you can give people that experience. And so maybe without that experience they
Sure.
feel helpless, they feel powerless because they don't have the experience of being empowered or self-empowering.
Yeah, I mean, like, is that a, is that a choice? Does like where do you get the empowerment?
I, That's a good question. I don't know. If it's like we said about peace earlier, there may be people like maybe that have grown up in inner city or war zones that have never felt a moment of peace in their life. So they don't even know what peace is. They've never felt what Untrackable described of a few hours on a lake, just laying there without a care in the world. They've never had that experience built into their memory. And so maybe some people have never had the experience of being able to make a decision independently of someone else and take but to me that's something that parents help children do. They help them gradually start gaining mastery over their own choices and decisions. And so if people have never had that experience, they may enter adulthood into a state of helplessness and
Yeah,
powerlessness.
right. And that's the questions that where I ask is like how much of that, like if you can't choose who your parents are, you can't choose if mom leaves or dad leaves. So if you're ill-equipped because of that, conditioning when you grow up, like how do you choose your way out of like not feeling like you can be empowered? And you know what I'm
That's a
saying?
good
It's
question. And I think where education comes in is education can show people more options than they may be able to imagine themselves or more possibilities. So I think if a person like that perceives only a restricted range of options, I think other people could come in and show them other, like educate them on other options. Like you're not just limited to this. So I think education would be certainly part of the solution.
for sure. I mean, I've had people come up to me with these perspectives where you could tell that they believe everything is against them and that they don't have a choice you know and when I try to like open their mind a little bit, not like tell them, but like get them to ask themselves questions and try to open up a little bit, you just see this like almost like refusal, but like no, this
Yeah,
is
there's
what it
also
is.
something called learned helplessness where people don't want to be
Yeah.
empowered. there's a certain pleasure in renouncing responsibility. Like that is some people's way of finding peace. Is not taking on responsibility of their own for their own self and life.
Yeah, because it's too much. It's like it's easier to perceive what's happening as something that is being done to them than to believe that they all of a sudden have control over it. It's like too much to
Yeah.
fathom, you know.
And it's kind of what Philip's saying here. I think yes, this may be true, but I think it's still a better option than not feeling like you have choices. Along with increased choice and empowerment comes kind of an increased uncertainty. But I think that's the price you pay for the ability to empower. So I still think even with the confusion and the taking longer time to find yourself, etc. I think that's still worth. I think that's still worth it, as opposed to the option of having less choices and feeling like you don't have any way to find choices outside of that.
100%.
I, I have something to say on that too,
Yeah.
and that is that feeling of having no choices. So um, things have been proven, right? That there has been issues with the Catholic Church. There have been issues with fraternities in college. There have been issues with the military. There have been so many. There have been issues with the Olympic gymnastics team, where if you want to get along, you gotta go along, and you're taking somebody that's willing to be indoctrined into said mindset, the fraternity, the military, the clergy, or however it goes, whatever the tier structure it is that you have to make it along, if that's the life you want to live. Even sports, like, you have to go through those camps, you have to, but at what point does something happen along the way where somebody abuses that power of and corrupts the entire system?
I separate individuals abusing their power from the corruption of the entire. Like, at what point does individual corruption become corruption of the entire system? Where is that line? But I think that happens on the individual level, which you're talking about. And so, if you run into an individual that's corrupt and abuses their power, the victim of that would have choices then about what they would have options then from there, like what they can do from there. And hopefully, some of those options would include reporting, accountability, investigations. There's a process to address abuse of power, etc.
Like
Like
there's
most of the
a
systems you named
God,
have that, at least on paper.
like there's
So
a
the
guy that
systems that the systems
oh,
that are
damn it.
vulnerable to corruption already have checks and balances built into them to kind of minimize and guard against the corruption, and you just have to push on those. A lot of it is self-advocacy, like knowing how to use your voice and the system to your benefit to like obtain your goals.
There's a guy. I went randomly. I had to go to New York, and I pulled next to this like pizza place, and it was like almost 2 in the morning by the time I got there, and uh, I'm like just kind of staring. I'm like fascinated by like all the activity at this time and how many people are out and places are open. Like it's the middle of the day and it's fucking the middle of the night. And so I walked into this pizza place and I'm like, oh, this is cool. And I started checking, all the slices that he had, and then I noticed there's this big wall of photos of like every celebrity like known to man, with this kind of like really short Indian looking dude. And like, who is this little guy? Like, what? And why are all these celebrities interested in him? And it turns out, he's the owner of the pizza place, which you could probably have figured that out. But what's cool with him is that he came to this country with literally nothing, to the point where he actually was homeless, literally living on the street. And then today he has the biggest pizza chain, I believe, in New York City, and maybe the whole state. So if that guy can figure out how to go from homeless to, having a successful business and multiple chains of the same business, you can't tell me that somebody can't use choice to get out of their situation and change it.
That is brilliant. Learn from the immigrants. There are people that are begging, like their opportunity to be in America. They are so grateful for it. They are milking that opportunity for everything. Look at those people. Look at what they're doing, and follow them. Let the immigrants teach you how to best take advantage of the opportunities that your country provides. If you're not going to do it, and you don't see people around you modeling it, the immigrants are.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you. They came here and they gave everything. They spent everything until they had nothing, so they could have the opportunity to be here. So it's worth
And they're
way
using it.
more to them.
Yes, yes, and every American could have that. They have that. I don't think they realize they have it. Like what an opportunity living in this country at this time is.
Right. And so then you're just gonna cry and say, "Oh, the woe is me," and end up on some kind of governmental income and support for living expenses and everything. When you know, that's the shit that the enablement of that is like crazy to me. You know what I mean? Like when this guy can not even be American, become a citizen, and then be an
Oh, hey, J
entrepreneur
Dub,
from nothing. So
good to see you.
it's
Yeah,
pretty
and
cool.
like I don't think everybody's gonna empower. And so, what do you do with the people that are not? Do you just let them die? So, I think you have to have some minimal safety net for whatever percentage of the population is just not going to have that kind of drive. I just want to kind of be content coasting, but minimal.
Yeah, but like, where do you draw the line?
That's right. Well, now they have each like state, I guess, has its own lines and means testing and that. So we do a rough job of drawing lines now, but I mean that's always up for debate.
Yeah, do we pay their bills forever, or do we give them like
For
a
some
temporary
people,
like
I
lift?
think you give them enough to sit in their apartment and watch Netflix and have a basic diet, and that you keep they're out of the way. They're not causing trouble. They're having a
I can
decent
say
life.
Hmm.
I can say this. I worked with a lot of people that come from other countries that join the United States military, and they were sent to a base for pre-training, so that way they could at least learn, tier one English at a minimum, and then they were kind of assigned somebody to help them along the way, uh, as far as language. But everybody that I worked with, they went from I'm 100% Spanish speaking to, hey, I know when he makes that face and he makes that noise, I turn this way. You know what I mean? But I guess that leads to a point, which would be that if you're going to make a decision like to bring so many people in, be in conjunction with the businesses, whichever industry it may be, whether it be farming or distribution type stuff, because that's the type of stuff I do, distribution. So that stuff can be taught if you know the minimum English,
Yeah.
and because the equipment doesn't speak English, Spanish, Chinese. It speaks what you use it for. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
It speaks
Yeah,
American.
Mike, I knew that. I caught it. I busted him trying to pretend to be you and didn't even know what video I've been talking about the last 3 days.
Troll games. Interesting.
Well, speaking of troll games, I'm going to go get a refill. I will be right back. If you guys could continue the conversation.
Refill of troll games?
refill coffee.
I was
And
trying to
pee. I
figure out
guess it
the
was
connection.
urine I was thinking of.
Uh,
All right, I'll be back.
where you from, Untrackable? Well,
I
maybe you don't
live
want
in
to answer that, so we can't track you. You know, I did kind of thought about that after. Sorry. What
yeah,
general region are you in?
Central East Coast, United States of America.
Oh, all right, nice. Are you a military man? I'm getting like, I don't know.
I did. I did in my 20s. I'm 41. I
Hmm.
joined when I was 20.
Yeah, I get
Some
military vibes from you. I don't know why. I just,
Well, I was also raised a military brat. Both my parents, both my grandfathers, just about all my aunts and uncles. So yeah,
gotcha.
it's in there. It's in the DNA.
That's cool. Yeah, you brought up, like, I'm really conflicted when it comes to, like, you know, illegals, as they say, like, because I'm for immigration, but I'm not with this, like, I don't know, fast tracking of just, letting people come over and then, setting them up kind of deal. But like, it's kind of crazy how there's so many businesses relying on the employment of these people because it keeps their costs, in line. It allows them to be more profitable. They have hard workers. It's really tough. Um, and like for example, I have a guy that I was trying to help today. I'm in the auto industry, and this guy clearly is undocumented. He has an ITN number, but when we tried to get him approved, the paperwork he gave clearly was him trying to create some kind of fraud. He had the names were similar. He had used his middle name on one document, uses another name on another document, but then his ITN was different from the information that he presented us. So this guy clearly can't get on paper legally, so he's trying to do it. He's trying to like subvert the system in order to start getting credit and stuff like that. And at first I was like, this is fucked up. We should report this. Another part of me is just like, I felt bad for the guy, you know. And I don't know, maybe I shouldn't, but it's like I don't know, dude. It's almost like we're allowing it, so we're setting them up for failure. If that makes any sense, I don't know.
Yeah, I would say the part that stands out to me, if I had to say, would be that the reporting on it and the plan about it is all reactionary rather than because I don't care if you're what side of the spectrum you're on. If I call you as a nation and say, hey, there's gonna be some people coming in and we have a plan to place them where we can, you know, we're talking with businesses to see what they need, to see where we can actually fit these people with jobs, yada yada yada.
What the?
You know, rather than just the big news breaking. Oh, there's 20,000 people that just showed up. I mean, you ever have a party before and somebody calls everybody and you hear about it when they show up at the door? Well,
It was good, Alexander. Thank you. Yeah, I've had one or two of those parties.
Yeah, but it's almost like we rang the bell for them to come in. We sent out messaging that said basically come here.
We did because we do want we want talent from all over to come here.
Well, there's legal immigration and then there's what they're doing at the southern
Right.
border.
That is. I don't understand how. I don't understand how there's something that's legal, But there's all this other stuff happening outside of that, which would make it illegal. I don't understand how that persists. Like, what's the point of laws? If it's that, it just change the laws. If you can't get them in line with the current laws, then the laws are obviously not fitting the situation. But do something, because there should not be this category called illegal as large and pervasive and ongoing as it is. I think that's what's confusing a lot of people.
Isn't that island split? Isn't part of it the Dominican Republic and the other part Haiti?
Yeah.
So what's going on with the Dominican Republic? Are they having a problem?
Oh, I don't know. Let me I know we do need merch. Um I don't know. I hadn't heard anything. Let me see if they're in the news. Well, Miss Dominican Republic of 2021 suffered second-degree burns during a pressure cooker explosion. That happened a day ago.
Oh my
And
God.
they're raiding drug traffickers, and they're targeting luxury tourism with new campaign and investments. But other than that, it doesn't look like there's too much. There's an illegal immigrant from the Dominican Republic suspected of murder in New York, but that's just gossip so far. So no,
Well,
I didn't see anything, unless somebody
I,
else knows
I,
something.
I mean, I'm in North Carolina. If South Carolina was burning to the ground to where everybody had to leave and come to North Carolina, I'd kind of be paying attention to what's going on when my neighbor state area is burning to the ground, if
Yeah.
that's what's going on.
And in Mexico, they have the cartel. That's part of the issue. I'm led to understand that you have these giant cartel. Like some of them are like as big or bigger than some governments or states. They're huge organizations,
Yeah.
and so some people are fleeing from that. They come up through South America, Central America.
Yeah, and this is why it's kind
So
of it's
there's
like
like a
conflicting.
humanitarian crisis element to some of it.
Right, a lot of them are leaving because they're gonna get killed if they stay. You know, but it's
And you
like
know,
how do you look somebody in how do you have somebody that spends 10 years trying to get into the country doing it the right way, and then just allow somebody to just pop right in and start.
It's that sense of injustice and unfairness, and I think that is a problem. Like we our leadership needs that's poor leadership.
Yeah,
but the
well,
the
it's up,
system
yeah,
itself,
yeah, yeah,
the system created the problem in that
exactly.
it was allowed for so long. It's so popular. There's so much money in it, and there's so much crooked shit going on. But the idea that you could create some system where you make it unsafe for someone to live because you take no intervention, and the country itself isn't as big as all the cartels if they were to band together, to where you allow so many in. Hey, being a mole is easy. And we had this discussion. We talked about moles the other day,
I
Jeff.
know. I still can't tell
So
who they are.
To be clear, are we
you,
talking about
you
like
pick the
moles
most
on your skin or
obvious.
moles in the ground? What kind of moles are we talking about?
Moles in the system. A human being sent in as an
Saboteurs,
operative.
spies,
Yeah.
espionage.
Got it. Spot. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
So you don't pick your big bad, tatted up, proven warrior, you know, hardest looking dude on the earth. You pick the unsuspecting that is completely loyal. Yeah, they might have to prove their loyalty somehow, but you're like, hey, you're not allowed to get tattoos. You're gonna be the clean looking dude. You're gonna get a nice haircut. You're gonna have all your credentials. But you're gonna get over there somehow. You have now become the mole in the system.
Well, what's scary about what's happening at the border is that I think people coming from Mexico is one of the smallest representations of who is coming over. And I don't know if you guys have heard this. It's kind of making it out on media, but we have a large amount of military-aged males coming from China for some reason that are making it over the border. Now explain that to me.
Oh, through Mexico?
Yeah, well, it's all different. People all over the world are coming in through Mexico.
Chinese migrants are the fastest growing group crossing from Mexico. That's from CBS News, February 2024. What drove a surge in Chinese migrants at the southern border? NPR. A record number of Chinese migrants crossed the U.S. southern border without authorization in search of jobs and freedom from oh, it's from the pandemic. They were fleeing China's pandemic response. Because theirs was really, if y'all think ours was authoritarian, China's was very authoritarian. And they, let's see.
Well, they're still coming. That's the thing. And what's weird is the specific age, of like, again, military aged like males. It's like there's like not a lot of, I don't know, variety, I guess, that's coming from China. It's not like it's
Well, it's probably the people that can make the migration too, because it says they're following
maybe.
paths that have been long walked by migrants from other countries. So, but I don't know why it said unauthorized. Like, why are we letting anybody unauthorized come across? What's the point of a border?
And don't forget, we we know that there are Chinese spies here. Like we've uncovered them. There was that real famous case of
So
what
is
was it,
this
like
like
a
a
senator or
mistrust
something?
of people and Chinese people in general, just because, like, you know how
I
like in
don't
World War
know.
II we'd mistrusted the Japanese?
Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm kind of just bringing up what is kind of seeping out of like media sources, online accounts, stuff like that, and there seems to be this kind of like narrative that there's like this guy that was like highly educated. He was making really good points about it, but he had this really like detailed case about like what he thought was happening and the possible exchange or like a alleged exchange of citizenship for military service with specifically with Chinese people and and then there was the case of like some senator or some politician that was either married or dating a beautiful Chinese woman who ended up we found out she was a spy, like an actual intelligence agent.
Yeah,
So
they
there's a lot
probably
of
have
stuff
them.
happening.
I'm sure they have Chinese spies all over the place, but
We have
how do you tell
spies,
them from
of
the
course.
like normal, ordinary Chinese people that we can trust, which is probably 99 point something percent of them?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. It's weird that they're all flowing in through the border. Most of the people that come over, they're gonna come over legally, but here they're like kind of just popping through the border.
No, I think a lot. Well, that's the that is the issue, is that illegal. It's people popping the border. The Chinese people were like crossing under the razor wire, and I don't. To me, if you have a boundary, like a checkpoint and a sign that says "keep out," and people go in anyway, that's trespass. There's consequences. You're not supposed to reward that. You're supposed to impose a consequence because they violated a boundary. And so people are journeying all over from China to take the risk of violating this boundary because it's so bad in their country, hoping that if they get caught, the U.S. will say, "Okay, we'll take mercy on you because it's so bad in your." Like, why don't they go through the asylum process? Like, whatever's going on in their lives is so worth it to them to take this risk and risk getting rejected, which I think they should be rejected. I don't think they should be allowed to come in illegally. But in their mind, for whatever reason, their motivation, they're willing to take this risk.
Well, and in fairness too, the current administration, in so many words, was basically saying, we'll take care of you. Come to America.
But then that's what asylum. Like, if that's the case, just put them through the asylum process. Don't reward them for breaking the law. That's that's what I think a lot of people are confused by why are lawbreakers getting rewarded when we have if it's that bad in your country, we already offer solutions for that. Like why are you not using those? Why are those not good enough? What's
Oh,
wrong with that with the asylum system? Is it broken?
well, Helen's making a a good comment. I don't know if
Oh, hey Helen. I know Helen. Hey, good to see you. Depopulate. See, yeah, that's kind of conspiracy sounding, but like they weren't actual. But these people made it like an arduous journey, and so to me that was intrinsic motivation. If you're going to do that, like I don't know that they're working for an organization that paid them to make this really risky journey. That seems like something somebody would do to escape a legitimately subjective, oppressive situation. And so it's hard for me to like track the psychology as like somebody being paid as an agent to do that, like this large of a group being an agent.
well, until we like, have concrete like black and white evidence of it, you can't.
Yeah, it's just a suspicion.
Right.
And that goes back to the mistrust. We're so prone to mistrust lately.
Why?
That's a good question. Why? Like, I see a group of Chinese immigrants during COVID that probably all of a sudden they went from their normal life to the Chinese version of COVID lockdown, and they're like, this is nightmare. We got to get out of here, and coming over and going through Mexico. I can accept that part of it. But then to jump from that to the Chinese government is up to something, that's the mistrust part to me. Like, yes, the Chinese government is up to something. They're always up to something. But I don't necessarily think that every single thing that has to do with Chinese people is connected to the Chinese government being up to something.
And I agree, but I feel like that mistrust comes from their, the geopolitics. Like how Russia right now is China is siding with Russia and working with
And
Russia. That was
Iran's
like
getting involved.
right.
And North Korea.
So you have like kind of the main thing happening there, and then there's been several events of like the Navy challenging the Chinese Navy, or the Chinese Navy approaching certain areas where they're not supposed to be, and you start combining all these things, and that's where you start getting this kind of theory of mistrust, I guess. Are you anti conspiracy?
I'm anti stupidity. I'm for. I'm an empiricist. I'm a rationalist. I have very rigorous epistemological standards, and I've talked about that. This goes all the way back to Greece. They had the concept of episteme, which is true knowledge, and doxa, which is opinion, and dogma, which is like authoritative knowledge. So this has been something that Westerners have been doing for thousands of years, and so I don't like to adopt beliefs unless I have hard, concrete reasons for adopting that. And I think conspiracy theories, there is a different psychology than that. Because when I try to tie them to the bases behind those beliefs, they never turn out to be the thing that the conspiracy people are really worried about. Like the flat earthers, it's not about if the earth is flat or round. It's about can we trust NASA? Can we trust the government is lying to us about
That's
the
a great
shape
point.
of the earth?
That's a great point.
And it's people don't trust authority because I don't know why. I've even had conversations of people like talking about how when they were in grade school, being required to raise your hand to go to the bathroom and get a hall pass was a oppressive. That was like mind control. They were making slaves. Like stuff like that is perceived subjectively by some people as a form of authority abusing its power to control you. So I have no idea what kind of experiences these people had in their school systems. A lot of the people that think this way seem to have run-ins with the law or police, so they've had experiences with systems that have been very negative toward them. And I think probably a lot of this is trauma. I'm starting to think more and more that probably some of it is traumagenic, or at least makes you vulnerable to these narratives.
What about do you believe that we went to the moon?
Of course we did.
I love how
We took our
confident you are.
lawn chair and our umbrella with us. In fact, I
I'm
did this one day. I would pull up the
yeah.
AI and we covered it on the stream, and I'm like, "Give me all the evidence that they went to the moon." And they gave details this long that you could research and source and follow up. Like it's pretty established that we went to the moon. There's even things we left on the moon that we could contact and signal like to prove that we were there.
Yeah, so I know this, but it's funny how like many people think we didn't go.
I think there's two things happening in the human mind. I think there's trying to understand your environment, reality, and I think there's also trying to keep this internal narrative going. And I think sometimes those are in tension with each other, and people will default to the belief that keeps the consistency of their internal narrative going over a particular passion or concern for understanding their, like I think people understand the environment to the extent that they need to maintain homeostasis, and then most of their energy is invested in keeping the internal consistency of their narrative or their psyche going. And so I think that's part of it. That like our inner subjectivity takes precedence over objective reality unless there's a reason to prioritize reality. And so
Well,
when we're faced with new information, we're gonna weave it into an existing narrative and try to maintain its its place in that more than we're going to try to really understand what's going on around us. If just restoring our narrative gives us relief from that anxiety, then most people are going to go with that. Then taking the extra steps and really trying to understand what's happening in the actual environment around them.
yeah. Well, the other part of it too is that I believe the United States got caught basically staging the like basically faking the video feed of the live feed from the moon.
I'm not familiar with that. Let me look it up.
Yeah. So and it comes down to like the NASA's ability to be able to broadcast at that time, an actual like an accurate video feed
Let's
from the
see.
moon.
PolitiFact video doesn't prove moon landing hoax. PolitiFact, some TV coverage of the 1960s was animated, but that doesn't mean the event was fake. I think this is just low IQ people. Like this is people that don't have the basic intelligence to put facts together in a way that to make sense.
But the problem is that because they were misleading about the video aspect of it, the media aspect of it, that now they think the whole thing is fake.
Right, because I don't think they understand television and production and how that works.
Well, I also don't think they take into the account how important the moon race was. So like they needed to get there first. They needed to show they got there. They needed to make a big media spectacle of it because that was a huge win for the United States to their, Russian counterparts that were up to then kind of kicking their ass when it comes to the space race. So, like, having to get there first and quickly and make a spectacle of it was the most important thing. So, I believe we still went there. I just don't know that all the video and all the stuff that we showed was
No,
necessarily.
they just said that some of it was people dressed in astronaut suits, but they said the footage of Armstrong and Aldrin walking on the moon was authentic.
Right. And especially today after the fact. But when they did it live, I don't know that they did it live. So that's where this kind of rabbit hole starts to happen, and that's why people are questioning it because they needed to do it. It needed to be, it needed to happen the way that it happened and quickly. So like I
Now,
think they
now I
just
don't know. Like transparency creates trust. So I don't know why the television station could have said that. Like some events are
right,
reenacted for like these blah blah blah, and just been transparent about it.
right. But they
But
didn't.
that alone, the fact that the television station took some production liberties is not enough for me to suddenly think I can't trust my government. But for some people, they see that and they panic. Our government is lying to. They just fake moonfoot. Look, they lied to us, and I think that's a different intellectual process at work. To jump from that one piece of information to this narrative that you can't trust the government. Because I can contextualize it and understand why they might have used some footage.
Right, and I'm the same
Because
way.
I have the curiosity to do that extra step to try to figure out what other explanations for reality there could be. But if someone just sees my government fake footage, oh my god, I can't trust it. They're missing some steps in a process that could give them a better sense of what actually happened.
Exactly.
And maybe it's like limbic brain or like just primal fear, and it overwhelms the ability to do. I don't know why that happens, but I think that's what's happening.
Right. Well, there's also a consistent I don't know, I don't believe that the United States is 100% honest with us,
No, but
for a
is
lot
there
of
another
reasons.
country you trust more than us that you want to be living in?
No, I'm not. It's not even
Is
like
anyone doing
that.
it better?
No, no, no. It's not like that. My point is that
Yes, Dr. Head, yes. To have a functioning society, yes. My answer is an unqualified yes. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, no, no. I think a lot of decisions are made to keep society from like freaking out. So
Like
like
what? Like we're like Plato's noble lie?
more like there are events that happen that that I mean this we have top secret things, we have stuff that we don't share, like is not shared with the general public
Do
for
you
matters
trust
of
that
security,
do you
right?
trust their reasons for that?
um not fully, but I understand why they're doing it in a lot of cases, and I understand the reasoning behind it. But just the act of it again builds more of that distrust. That's that it's like,
Yeah, if you are prone to not trusting your government,
mm,
there are plenty of reasons to reinforce that and not do that. But then where does that leave you and your ability to like participate in society? And
I
Dr. Head, yes, 100%. Yes, the government is us. We are the ultimate accountability for the government, at least here in America. The government is with the people, and I
okay,
don't
but
believe that that's changed. And if
would you
people
be
do, it's for subjective reasons, not anything objective.
mad at the government for being loose with information that ends up creating like mass hysteria?
Like what?
I'm just gonna be making up an example here, but like
Okay.
not completely made up, but like some of these like hacks recently where they're like ransomware attacks and stuff like that. Like what if for example they were attacking critical systems, and the United States was like barely keeping it together, trying to you know
I trust my government to be transparent. Like usually when there's some kind of threat or danger, they'll do like a press conference, and they won't give us all the details, but they'll let us know that hey, this thing is going on. We're on top of it. And if they're
well, just
choosing
look at
not to, if
COVID.
we're like in a crisis and the government is choosing not to tell the people because they want to try to solve it behind the scenes, I'm okay with them making that decision. And I trust them that maybe it is better for them to handle it and not tell us and tell us afterwards. So it just, the psychology of just not trusting, I'm not at the point where I'm that suspicious of my
No, no, no.
government.
What I'm asking is would you be so you would probably be upset if they were loose with some information, like they told the public too much and created panic and
Yeah, but I'm
protest
just
or
trying to think of an example of that.
well, like so let's use COVID for example. Clearly, they knew that COVID was happening. They were just trying to figure out how bad it would be, where it was coming from before they started
I knew COVID
talking
was
about it.
happening before it even hit the United States because I
Right.
saw headlines showing
Yep.
up about a new virus that had jumped from animals to humans like way back in February. I remember thinking, oh, wow, this doesn't sound good. And then gradually it's like, oh, in fact, the very first case in the US was where I live right now. And it's like,
Really?
okay, we have our first case in the, oh my God, it's in Washington State. Oh, should I have to worry? So by the time that we identified that it was an actual danger, I had already been following that there was this new virus, and I was kind of expecting something like this.
Well, if they came out and were like, we're really scared about this being a global pandemic. A lot of people are going to die, and we gotta, everyone's got to get shutter themselves in the homes, and they just like kind of came out and created panic like that, as opposed to kind of slowly assessing the situation and figuring out like what they needed to worry about, what they needed to say to the
Is that what
public.
you think they did? Or you're just saying in your
No. I'm
example?
giving you an example. If the government handled this situation egregiously and created like they were being honest, but it caused
I'm
societal
caught. I'm
panic.
stuck on the idea of the government being able to create a specific emotion in somebody because people have a role in whether they experience panic or not and how much.
Sure, but they clearly don't share all the information, at least immediately. They limit the amount of information to, for security, for national security. So they're being responsible with the way that they communicate what they actually know is happening to the public while still being accountable, to the public, right? I mean, that's why we
Um,
have FBI, CIA. I mean, these
I
people know
mean,
things
that's
that
been
we
my
don't.
experience of our
Yeah.
yeah. They try to what you just described. They try to communicate information in a useful way.
But what?
And
So
and
people expect to want to know everything, but I think it would be irresponsible for them to just dump information out like that. Just being completely transparent and telling us exactly what they know, no matter what it is. I don't think that that's a good idea.
I don't think they do that, and I don't have the expectation that they do that because I watch some of these press conferences that the Justice Department does sometimes, where they're making announcements about things going on or arrests they're about to make, and they give us just enough information to kind of summarize the situation for it. They give us ways to maybe know more about it if we want. They'll give us sources, or they'll give us like this is what we're doing. We'll update you if anything changes and stuff like that. So they give a basic, reasonable set of information, and then they kind of leave it open ended for either you to find more information or them to bring you more information if they decide they need to later. So all of that to me, I creates trust. There's nothing about that has me suspicious or panicky.
Right. So that's what we're doing. Right. So my argument is that people want to feel like they need to know everything, and they feel like their government's lying to them,
I don't know
and
why they feel. That's what I don't know why they feel. I
because of the
think I
way that
think they're
they.
feeling that way because they don't know how to find and make sense of the information themselves. But it's out there. Like all they have to do is go do their research and if they want to be if they're complaining because the government is not spoon feeding information into their brain, I don't have pity for them. And that seems to be one of the things they are complaining about, is that the government is spoon feeding information into our brain and it's controlling all of us. But at the same time, they want the government spoon feeding information into our brain because they don't want to go find it themselves. Hey, Vinny,
Salute, Jeff. Salute,
what's
Mr.
up?
P.
Salute.
What's going on?
Just chatting politics.
Just doing a little chitty chatting.
Yeah.
A little chatter in the chitter.
I guess what I'm saying, Jeff, is that I don't think that they're doing necessarily the wrong thing. I just think that the people that want all the information couldn't fucking handle it if it, if it all came out at the same time.
Yeah, they don't seem to do well with the little bit of
Right.
information we do.
You
get there.
can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the
Their
truth.
minds
exactly.
go wild. I'm thinking of like that War of the Worlds radio thing, that H.G. Wells play, where everybody panicked because they thought Martians were invading the Earth because they didn't know it was a radio play.
That's actually a good example.
But I don't think that's fiction. I mean, I don't think the government's
fiction.
intentionally do
Yeah.
it. Like the government would reproduce that intentionally. Like if we were under attack, they would do it in a very orderly way or in a way that maximized the most order.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. And that process that's in place is what's causing mistrust. But these people just don't
That there's an
get.
orderly process. What
Right.
other process do they want?
they want to know everything. They want to feel like they're if they there's a photo of something happening and the government is trying to say we don't know what it is yet. We got more information, and they actually know. They want to have that information up front, but they don't
I
know the
think that's
consequences of that.
yeah. Those people are not very educated on what a government is and what expectations to have of a government. Like they didn't make it out of childhood somehow. Maybe it's lack of schoolhouse rock. That no government's gonna dump all their national security secrets into every citizen's lap in an act of transparency to gain their trust. I don't think any government in history's done
No, of
that.
course, man, of course. But then when you have like these channels or media that's trying to get to the bottom of something, where there's the United States is saying one thing, and they're like, well, we think this is really going on, and they're not saying it or whatever. That's what's creating this environment of like, we're not being told everything, we're not being told the truth or whatever. But I think that's a valuable asset to not having society lose it, you know.
If I think I'm not being told the truth, then I use logic and reason to find the truth. So if the U.S. is making a claim that I think is a false claim, I'm going to go find evidence to show that it's false and to find some sort of like path to the true version. And so if there's a claim, like is you talk about like the moon landing, the U.S. claiming we landed on the moon, and people thinking that there's evidence to show that we didn't.
Again, I think the issue is the way that they presented the media aspect of it and how they needed to make a spectacle of it.
They lied
That-
to me. I thought the moon was made of cheese.
Yeah.
Got so disappointed.
I had my crackers and everything. What the fuck? Sorry, Mr. B.
No, you're good. But that being shifty with the information, that's what's got people suspicious.
That
But
they
I
used
also agree
that
with
they used extra footage.
right.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm saying. But I think that's more people not understanding how television worked than our government lying to us. But
Yeah,
I think the government probably could have been more transparent. But by God, it was
Bingo.
what? That was like
Bingo.
over 50
You
years
know-
ago. That was before I was even born.
To add into though what Mr. P was saying though, Jeff, and then NASA comes back and says, "Oh, we lost all that information on how we went to the moon." That to me was like, well, stink eye.
What is that? They don't know how to get back to the moon?
No,
What?
look that up. It's a lost technology, whatever. The playbook.
I'm
They
sure
lost the play-
scientists
you know,
could
like
figure
the
out how to get
coaches
to the
on
moon if
sideline
we did
of
it
the football
once.
game. They got their playbook. They lost their playbook, Jeff.
well, wait a minute though. There was actually
But a good scientist could reproduce it.
what's his name? Smarter Every Day actually did a video on this, and he presented the like how we went to the moon for the Apollo landings, and it actually is a playbook of everything that they did. So they had to do it manually, analog. So then they described this whole process that they went through and all the rules that they had set based on what they learned. And it's actually like nobody's following it today. They're like Artemis is like completely starting from scratch, like we didn't go to the moon. So
Hang on
there
real
actually is a
quick. We have
playbook out
somebody.
there.
Does anyone know shift happens?
Yeah, Shift
Oh, yeah.
Happens was here the other day with you, Jeff.
Oh, okay. Let me Oh yeah, I'm starting to remember now. Hang on, shift.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
So,
Hey, Chef.
Is this
Hi.
shift?
Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah, yeah. I remember you. Welcome. What's up?
hi. I'm interested in being spoon-fed cheese and also thoughts.
Okay.
All right. How you doing, Chef?
Part of the snack community.
That's right. I'm not the. I look. I don't want to be selfish, but I'm also keen to crackers. So, where are we at?
Just bring those Pepperidge Farm goldfish, Chef.
Oh, hey, too far, too far. Hey, who let this guy? Why I order?
Captain
May
Hook.
I
You never
speak
know.
freely about my political platform and what I'm
Yeah,
looking for?
sure.
I'm all about clean public restrooms. I'm looking for someone who can guarantee a clean public bathroom. I'm not looking for anything sticky, icky in the loo. Want to be able to get in, get out, and not have to deal with the I don't know what that is and
I'll
the
give
I
that a
don't want to
harumph.
know.
I'll harumph to that. Harumph. Yeah, clean bathrooms in 2024 to 5. How about that?
That's right.
Yeah, there's this one bathroom, by one of the stores over here by me. and I've never used it, but you could just tell by the door.
Oh no!
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like
Oh
in the back.
no!
It's
You
on the
can't even
outside, it has
handle
its
it,
own entrance
huh?
and shit. But I'm just like,
Huh?
I can only imagine what that thing looks like in there.
Yeah, that is terrifying.
Head, maybe I'm not naive. Maybe it just doesn't work with me. I'm not
You're
vulnerable
stinky
to
shit.
it. Therefore, I
No.
wouldn't be aware it's happening. And maybe other people somehow are falling for it in a way I'm not. That may not be naivete. That may be a shortcoming on you guys' part. That y'all can't like find some
Ooh.
way to be immune to it.
What? Wow! Are you not pushing us vaccines of stupidity? Wow! All
I didn't
right.
say anything about the vaccine.
I'm
Didn't even
just.
mention it.
You didn't mention any of those things, but this is
Not
how
just
the
now.
internet works.
I
Yeah, no, I
rarely
know.
talk about the vaccine. Other people
No,
bring
but
it up.
I'm just saying you were like figure it out first. I'm just manipulating your expression into something controversial. Kind of
Oh,
happens
like a
here a
troll
little
would do.
bit. Well, I'm not. That's rude. But you could think that. I don't know.
Well, yeah,
It's more of like
like
a
a troll
failed
would
joke.
do. Well, if you think I'm rude, why are you on my panel? Like, don't. Why do you go to
No,
people's panels
well,
that are
I'm
rude to
being.
you?
Well, you weren't even talking to me. Nah. Look how good this is going, everybody.
It's International Peace Day.
When the shark
Is it really?
bites
Yes.
with its teeth, yeah.
Let it start with us. Happy Peace Day, sir. Give pizza a
Happy
chance.
Peace Day.
Yeah, that's right. We had to remind you, right, Jeff? Peace day, peace.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you're right. Yes. Thank
Yeah,
you. Yes.
there's your
Peace.
reminder. See,
Peace. Peace.
Mm.
reminder card. See, just picture me. I'm like the referee in the game that just threw the flag on
That
the
was good.
field.
You
Yeah.
did that good. That was accountability.
See?
Yeah, see, this was brought to you by accountability. You're welcome.
And make a
And
stretch,
scene.
do a little shaky shave, and then sit back down and let's go.
Mhm. I don't think anyone knew that this was scripted. I think we did great. High five, everybody.
Yeah, we're coordinating this in the Discord.
That's right. And the dad cord. Don't forget to push the dad cord.
Got the mushroom belt with the mushroom socks.
Yeah, fun guy.
Fun guy. Yeah, I'm a fun guy. Everything's mushroom.
That's right. Hey, Jeff, can we good?
Yeah, we good.
Okay, cool. So I can't see you because like the timestamp of the thing, but I assume you have antlers. But I heard that you,
Oh,
I'm not sure if it's true. Did you used to have different types of antlers and then
I
you
do.
switched?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
I
have
wasn't
some.
sure. These
I
are
have some.
moose antlers.
These are the ones that are left. I
You
have
stole them from Moose. That's
I
what
had
I
these
heard.
Satan horns,
Oh
but
gosh.
they broke.
Wait,
Like I had
let me
these
hold
really
on.
cool Satan horns, but
Oh
one of
my,
them fell
where,
off, so they don't work
where?
anymore. And I have some ram horns, but
Whoa.
they don't really work well. They kind of just hang off the side of my head. They don't look very
Were you
horn-like.
groping that poor
Yeah, did you see what he
statue
was
thing?
doing?
Yeah, what was
He
your
was
right hand doing there, Jeffrey?
he was live long and
Oh, that
prosper in
was
Black Eyed
Halloween.
Squad.
This is like 2019. I had just converted to Satan. This is just before. This is the Halloween
He's
before
boosting them.
COVID. It
Look
was
at
at
him.
one of the gay bars. I'm making the little horn sign is what I'm doing. And this was in the gay bar. It was like one of the props for their Halloween night.
Mm, mm.
It was perfect.
Are you like a chill Satanist? Like, wait, what was that about?
It depends on who you ask at what time you catch me and whether somebody's irritated me or not.
Where the moon is and stuff. Okay, cool.
Moon is nice and full tonight. That's for sure.
Is that eclipse over? Because that was crazy. That was a crazy day.
Yeah. No, the moon. I don't know what it's
Wait,
doing, but it looks like I could just reach out and touch it. So maybe we did good at the
Like a
moon.
big
I don't know.
wait,
pizza in
we
the
had,
sky.
y'all, we did it. We're getting a new mini moon. Did you see that memo for Earth?
No,
I did see
Mini
that.
moon. That's
What?
awesome. Let's do it.
We're getting it's a temporary mini moon, right, Mr. P?
Yeah, I think it's
Meet Earth's
checking
new
in and
mini
then checking
moon.
out on the 25th of November.
It's a
So
hunk of
shit, it would be
rock.
like one of those little Bella cheese moons. You know, the little mini
Why
moons.
you gotta always talk about cheese?
Snack food.
He's
Snack.
I mean, don't stop, but I'm just saying. I know what you're doing. Hey, Vinny, how does a cat order its steak?
Perfectly.
Jeff?
Wait, rare. Wait, because we did the meowdy rare thing the other day. I remember you now.
Rarely. He rarely orders it. That was so funny.
No, so I said rare, but
Yeah.
Gen X here took it to next level, and he said meowdium rare.
It's
I
corny.
and I hashtag swooned right then and there, and so then we started working on our script for like all these lessons to be
Oh my
learned,
gosh.
and here we are. Hey, Spiky Poo! I saw you
Yeah,
flashing
hey
the
Spike,
bean
come
for
up
me.
if you want.
No,
Hello,
that's not. No, Spike, come up here, you coward! You'll never click that link.
Oh, he hangs out all the
Yeah.
time. There you go.
Spike's voice is a hard voice to do. It's very hard and he very just chucks like that.
Spike, is that
Spike, they're
you?
mocking you.
I know I'm butchering it. Spike, it's meant to be a compliment, bro. I know I'm butchering it for
Watch out! I can do an impersonation of Vinny. Oh, cigarette emoji, pot and pan emoji, Italian flag emoji, and scene. Oh, I'm really good at this. Did you? It was me, everybody. It was still me. It was me.
I guess she's saying she's doing me, but also saying emoji, cigarette emoji, Italian flag emoji.
It's flag, Italian flag emoji. Yeah, that's yeah.
Emoji.
There was People often confuse us, Vinny. I'm so sorry because I'll throw those emojis out there and they're like, "Wait a minute, which one are you?"
Are you the cat or are you the fish? Are you the fish or are you the kitty cat?
You both be talking about cheese and crackers, eh? Like, which one are you?
Oh, Minji, they're talking about me crackers again.
Wow, that's all. That's a totally different political party. The crackers and
Screw
cheese.
your freedom. Screw your free. That's my Schwarzenegger I'm working on.
That is your. You're missing the mark.
I'm
You
working
are
on
missing the
working on
mark.
Schwarzenegger for it.
Like respectfully. I thought that was like an Irish grandma.
Respect it. Gotta respect it.
Whoa, you're like professional Terminator in that picture, Gen X, Jeff. It's like the opposite of like the crotch gremlin picture. You know? It's like totally different.
It's like I look
Allegedly.
at that avatar and it's like highway to the danger zone. He's got the white and
Right?
black
And then
stripes in the back.
that's where he was when he fucking chill Satanized that
He looks
clown
like Goose, right?
devil
Like he's
crotch.
sitting behind Maverick or something, yeah.
Okay, he said BRB. He said, everybody don't, he didn't say this, but everybody please hit the like button, smash that bell, get all the notifications and whatnot, see?
That's right. You don't have to like us or hate us. Just do something. Hit that one thing. Put your finger to work.
Mike's doing zero to help
Well, he's Mr.
maximize
Ziggy.
the brand.
You know, he's living up to his name.
Wow.
Stuff in my face. Sorry.
What do you? I can't stuff my face with. Wait, what are you stuffing your face with? I know it's not
As
trash
soon as you
cake.
guys mentioned snacks, I was like, God damn it.
Oh my god. Dude, can I tell you what fucking confectionery divinity, whatever that I tried that I can't believe and I can't get you out of my head? Snack.
Yeah.
Did you know that there's a merging of birthday cake flavor and Rice Krispie treats out there in the world? Nom nom nom.
Whoa. I don't know. That
It
still
is.
sounds a little sweet for me, though. I'm more of like a regatta pie, eclair kind of dude.
How do you regatta that?
Yeah, Mr. P eats them digitally. Eclair. He gets them with his email.
Y'all have had regatta pie, though, right?
I've never. I don't even. What?
Oh
is
my
a regatta?
God, shit.
Is this a joke? What is a ricotta? Is it cheese? Is it ricotta cheese?
Bruh.
Regatta. What's a regatta?
It's regatta. You say regatta. Look, I even did the tongue roll and everything.
Regatta. What do you say? Say the word again.
Regatta.
You
Say it again.
need to get regatta pie. So you say it, fucking.
Regatta. What is a regatta? What is it?
Dude, it's like I can't describe it other than just like 3/4 of an orgasm.
It's just 3/4.
Oh my gosh. Well, I haven't had
3/4.
3/4 of an orgasm in 25. No, just kidding. I'm having one right now. What are you talking about? What is the
It's a
expectation?
pie with sweetened
Okay.
ricotta, and it's usually
Are you
topped with
saying
like a little bit of
ricotta? Like the cheese? I really
yeah,
need to understand. It's a
Ricotta
cheese
cheese.
pie. It's a cheese pie, and I
dude.
don't know about it. I
It's
need to
like
go and get my
oh,
life. I need to go reevaluate. I need to go do
It's like a
math
well, you've
right
had a
now.
cannoli, right? I mean,
it's
you've
like a
ever had a
quiche and
cannoli?
cheese.
Yeah,
Chef.
of course. Mr. P, I know I haven't had one kind of pie, and here you are now doubting the snacks community. Holy
No,
shit.
but if
Okay.
you've had a
No, yes.
cannoli, you're already
Yes.
halfway there.
Am I living on a prayer as
That's
well?
what she said.
It's like a pie cannoli, basically. It's
Okay.
It's a
so
Here's the
pocanola.
thing. Pies are
It's a
not my
pagola.
favorite thing because in the world of there's like cake, I usually will prefer a cake to a pie.
Cake.
Because duh.
mm,
Are you not that way? How are you wired?
no, I'm more on the pie side. Yeah, blueberry pie, apple pie,
My
pumpkin
favorite
Are you gonna get
pie,
to banana cream pie? When are you gonna get to banana cream pie?
my favorite pie is pumpkin pie.
pumpkin pie
I
all day.
love
Yeah.
pumpkin
Mm.
pie. I
love
love
pumpkin
pumpkin
pie.
pie. But the thing is, I like the pudding parts. I don't really like the crust part. I'm not into a basic bitch fucking regular like pie crust. I want my pie crust to be like graham cracker at minimum, fucking Oreo cookie like for a great day. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
Pumpkin
like
pie
Pop
crust
Tart.
is the only crust I will eat on a pie.
Which one?
The pumpkin pie crust, because it's not too much, and most of the time
Yeah,
when you get to the crust, it's got that burnty,
yes.
pumpkiny. It's kind of like
Mm.
a pudding skin in a way, but it's like
Mm.
burnt on
Mm,
top.
mm.
Or warm apple pie with vanilla ice cream, or warm blueberry pie with chocolate ice cream. Oh my god, bro.
Wait,
I'm not
wait,
into the
ew,
warm.
wait,
I gotta
what?
tell you, I'm not into the warm. I like the cold.
Yeah,
Dude,
I
it's
yeah,
like
the
an
I'm
mix
with
of the
ice
you.
cold
warm
crust pie.
and the cold. It's
Do
a
you?
unique
Ice cold pie
temperature
with a hot
We
cup
used
of
to put that on
massage.
cobbler, peach cobbler with ice cream.
Oh, yeah. But hold on, wait, we gotta
But I hear
wait,
you,
are
brother.
you saying but chocolate ice cream with a blueberry pie?
That sounds good,
Warm
actually.
blueberry
Oh my
pie.
gosh, that's a weird. See, I'm really weird about like chocolate and fruit combinations. Like I like them separate but equal. Like, and I don't want them to touch necessarily.
It's the
So that's a
combination of the warm pie with the blueberry taste, and then the cold chocolate melting into it. I'm telling you, it's like it's a temperature adventure and a taste adventure at the same time.
Hey, that sounds
it
pretty
takes.
cool. Look at a temperature adventure. It rhymes.
Oh, that is good, coffee or painting. But what about a
This
vanilla,
portion
like a
of
vanilla
Temperature Adventure
bean?
sponsored by Palmolive. Wash your fucking dishes.
But
Soak
vanilla
in it.
bean
That
and
could be the
blueberry.
model of the
Soak
whole
in it.
pedalverse.
Let it soak in. Palmolive.
Oh man, wow. Okay, I didn't know about that.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're currently
Oof.
soaking in it.
I think you just got
We
fat just
got
thinking about it.
look at here.
Hurry, catch up.
Hope it's you. Do I need my
I'm
overlay?
not a robot.
All right.
Hi guys, this is Spike. How you doing?
Yay!
I know I butchered that voice earlier, Spike. Sorry about that.
Wait, are you Vinny or Spike? I can't even tell anymore. What's your favorite emoji? Go.
We're all
Hey,
each
yo,
other, reflections
hey,
of each other.
Go.
it's a hairy pussy.
What is happening?
Hey, why does my record player have whiskers?
Hey, whoa. Hey, Spike, can I ask you a personal question? Where do you fall on this whole like chocolate and fruit pie temperature adventure?
Temperature adventure.
So-
I like it. Temperature adventure.
I'm going back and clipping that.
Temperature adventure.
No, you have lost all rights to clipping anything me after what you did into to you know what and you know where and how they're
Yeah,
there.
you and your cherries jubilee, Mr. P.
Are you water?
I think that would be served warm. I've never even had it before. And I don't even know what jubilee means.
Oh my gosh. Who is that in the chat? I think I am being trolled in your chat. But
Who?
that is the spookiest freaking
Zordam?
avatar I've ever seen. What is
Zordam, if you're a troll, you're getting banned. I'm going to delete the comment. If you do it again, you're banned. I don't know what that's about. We've had
Thank
a
you.
troll problem.
Avatar was fucking.
Trolls coming in here
Do you
harassing
see that? Wait, yeah. Hold on, wait. Before you do that, because they'll definitely offend again, let me get a screenshot. Because that is fucking wild. I've never seen that before.
It is pretty amazing, actually. I'm not-
wait, did you already boop him? Did I miss it? Oh no.
I just deleted his comment, but they might put another one.
Okay, let's all hope. I just dang it. Because that was
His face looks like mostly the only one I'll ever remember. His face every time I see it looks like a mugshot.
oh my god, that's so great. Is he starting a cult or something? What was that?
His eyeballs.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay, Kane, good deal. Here, let me drop you a link. Kane's gonna start one too.
Oh,
Maybe
I
I can
love
send the party to
catharsis.
there when I'm ready, when I'm done here.
Catharsis. Such
Kane is
so
an up and coming live streamer, and he's trying to grow his channel. Everyone, and he does open panels and all kind of cool stuff. He plays guitar sometimes, so give him a watch or like and subscribe and help him grow.
Oh, I love that. I'm gonna subscribe ASAP. I do it right now.
Pudding skins. That should
Pudding
have been a
skins.
thing, man. It should have been a fucking thing. I don't know why Costanza didn't follow through with it.
I know, you dude. I was just talking about like Art Vandelay the other day, and I was just like, I wonder, like how he is. You know what I mean? He's such architecture is just so underrated.
I inspired to be an architect.
You
He is
inspire
an architect.
architecture.
Yeah.
It's an architecture, temperature, adventure, Jeff.
One of my favorite movie quotes.
It's an architecture,
I'm dead.
temperature, adventure.
Oh my gosh, architecture, temperature,
I still just
adventure,
handed another
buckle
word
up.
to it. That's it, man.
Vanny, do you have like formal training? Or are you just a mutant?
Wait, training for what
Like, do you
exactly?
see it? Like, do you have improv, all these characters you do?
No, that's just him. I think.
Oh,
That's
I
just
see.
me.
Okay.
That's just my big hairy pussy face.
Yeah. Look at that face.
Very
Look at that face. That's the kind of face that goes on an architecture, temperature, adventure.
So write that down, please, so I can retitle my stream.
Yes. If you don't name this stream the architecture, temperature,
It has to now.
Take that kitty cat's temperature, put him in the refrigerator. He's on a temperature adventure.
All right, give me the words.
architecture, temperature, adventure.
Oh boy.
Wait, why did we ditch the whole like texture? Why isn't it in the architecture, texture, temperature, adventure? Why did we ditch it?
Does texture get in there? Architecture, texture? Is it architecture?
I would say it would
Texture,
be
texture,
I'm
autumnal.
gonna put it as
No, it's an
architecture.
architecture.
Ooh, yeah, do architecture, because then it's like intellectual property.
Temperature or temperate? Temperature, adventure, architecture, temperature, adventure.
Or you could make we could. Hey, you guys, I invented a new word. You want to hear what it is?
Wait, you don't hold us in suspense.
Plagiarism.
I love shift.
Writer's embellishment.
I just learned that joke. Shout out to everybody that uses it. It's so good.
Shout out to that plagiarism, dude, man. Shout out to Mr. Plagiarism.
Yeah. Why I order?
I think he lives across the street from Mr. Extortion. I'm not sure. Mr.
Extortion.
Yeah.
Mike, if you don't make a sick textural, architectural, temperature, adventure, like dope beat to step 2, you know what I mean? I'm gonna be so mad. And then Mr. P is gonna cancel you.
I am not that talented. I'll
You
leave
gotta
that
do
to
it
you.
to the boogie woogie, Mike. You gotta do it to the boogie woogie.
No, your job, Mr. P, is to cancel Spike if he doesn't do it. Spike here turned a song. We were talking about, hey Jeff, would you ever try pickled flavored Skittles?
I love pickle flavor. I probably would. I don't like sugar. It's the sugar that would get me more than the pickle flavor.
Like
But if they tasted enough like pickles and weren't too sweet, I would try it.
Sugar and pickle.
What about mustard flavored pickles? I mean, mustard flavored Skittles.
It has to be the yellow,
Oof.
like the cheap yellow mustard, not the fancy.
I would rather just eat. I'd rather
Coupon
just
No,
mustard.
whoa, you would go with the cheap over the
Yeah,
Dijon?
like the yellow, like the French's yellow mustard. I can't stand that Dijon
You're,
or Grey Poupon or
you're
Speaking
not
any of
of
that.
into honey
texture
mustard?
adventure,
It
how about
has to
that mustard
be
with the grains in it?
yellow, like yes, yellow hot dog
listen,
mustard
Jeff. If I pull up next to
that you
you at
squirt
the
out of the
fucking
jar.
stoplight and my window rolls down, you better have some fucking Grey Poupon,
You
motherfucker.
I'm
better.
gonna squirt you with
You
some
better have,
French's.
you
So
better
take
have
Oh
some Grey
that.
my
Poupon.
gosh.
If you don't have
A
some Grey
mustard
Poupon,
lord.
Jeff,
Mustard
it's over.
mayhem. Mustard
It's my,
mayhem.
So I can stick
okay,
it back in
got my
window
next
and
title.
roll up my tinted window. Shame on you.
It's a pickle debacle.
You better be
Oh
able to
my
Grey
gosh.
Poupon anybody
You
at a
better
festival.
pray on your Dijonese. Dijonese. I don't know. It's a work in progress.
Hey, that's Kamala Harris's job. Get on your knees on knees.
What was it? The mustard? What mayhem?
It's mustard mayhem. It's like
Shit
Dijon.
is spitting gold right now.
breaking news,
It's
breaking
the
news.
architectured
Yeah.
textured adventure.
The texture and architectural temperature adventure.
Architecture,
Our
temperature,
first
adventure,
stop
the
is
mustard mayhem
mustard
edition.
mayhem.
That'll draw a crowd.
Mustard mayhem served on a Saturday night.
Right. We're just doing all the things before the mini moon does all the things in cheese.
When is the mini moon coming?
Wow, that's personal.
Right
That
after
is really
recliner.
Ah!
Yeah.
Right after recliner.
Let's see.
Who said that? Who said that? High five. Who said that? Who
This
said right after?
fall.
Damn, that's good. High five.
Oh, it's
Right
here
after.
for 2 months.
Yeah.
September 29th
November
to November 25th. So like it'll
25th.
we'll have a
Mustard
mini moon
mayhem
party.
matinee. Yeah.
Temperature adventure.
I mean, they're not like nervous about this
you just
moon, like
totally ditched the
banging onto
architecture
some stuff.
part.
I don't
I'm
know, it's
sure
weird.
the conspirators will find a way to be. They're sending the moon at us.
Oh my gosh, did you? Never mind. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't
bet
like
this
outer
moon's
space
from
things. It freaks
China.
me out.
It's a
Yes,
Chinese moon.
it's the mini moon from China.
Yeah, show that picture of the yellow cowboy cheese moon again. That'll give people more
Oh
nightmares.
god.
The little hunk of cheese guy writing on it.
Hey, everybody!
You
I'm
will
a
eat
hunk
the
of
cheese snacks.
cheese.
Jeremy. It's funny.
The things that make you laugh.
Yeah, huh?
A hunk of cheese.
Yeah, that was a part of our childhood. Like I can't imagine Saturday mornings without it.
You just put a cowboy hat on. Just put arms and legs on the fucking.
Look over there, Spike. Look over there, Spike. You're gonna miss it. The architectural texture adventures come through. Over here on your up. Look the other way, Spike. Spike, you're gonna miss it. Mustard mayhem. There you go.
I'll say it more with a southern slang. It'll sound a little better. Like, this is an art.
Oh, you do that
This-
good. You do that. You do it better than I do.
This,
And I'm
ladies
from there.
and
My dad is a
gentlemen,
cowboy.
Is an architectural
What?
texture adventure. Man.
I'm like so glad to be in business with all of you for a new entrepreneurial endeavor. This is gonna be wild.
It's an
The
endeavor.
snack community are textualectuals.
Yeah, we're
A
taking it on the
textual
road
lecture.
again.
I like it.
On the architectural, textual, adventural road again.
We are
Honey,
textual.
All the mustard
Hey,
mayhem
Moon,
is.
welcome for 20 Moon.
Yeah, this is. I got this.
Hey, there's a little moon right there.
Many moons
Hey,
ago.
there you are. You
Hit
little
out
mini
on that
moon.
space highway many moons ago.
Mm.
Went
Hey,
out
new
riding
moon, who
in that
this?
space
Mhm.
rodeo.
All
Hit
right.
that highway rodeo. I don't know. We could do something like that. Oh,
We got
Lord.
another addition to the party.
What's
So,
happening?
look, Mike.
What's up?
Pam, pam,
I knew he was coming up. What's up, Mike?
Hey, I'm here to save Mr. P. What's up, man? What's going on?
I like your
How's it
small
going?
C and Mike Small C.
Huh?
Mike Small C. No, your
Small C.
your name it's a small C.
Little C. Little C.
Yeah, you're mostly associated with the little D, but whatever.
Nice.
Call it
Just
little.
kidding.
It's an average C.
It's
Not
it's a
that.
she.
It's not that small.
A little B? Huh? Get it.
Little
Ain't
B.
nothing little about my B.
Okay. Anyway, well, how's everybody going? What's going on? What's the
Oh,
what's
we've been
the
having
topic?
fun.
Yeah.
What happened
Random-
to architecture and temperature
Yes,
adventure,
random
Michael?
fun.
Random
Ever
topics.
since
yeah.
Shift showed up, she's
Hmm.
She's
I got a question. I got a question for you all. Mike, maybe you like this question.
Sure.
It's about pie.
What about pie?
Chocolate.
Somebody say
Chocolate.
pie.
I was
I'm
dropping science. I was dropping science when fish disappeared yesterday for a moment. I was dropping science for her. Here's my question about pie. It's not blueberry, but chocolate mousse pie, guys. Is chocolate mousse pie actually a pie, or is it pudding in a pastry?
I'll go with pudding in the pastry because it sounds nice to say. Pudding in the pastry.
well,
Pudding
Wittgenstein
in
would
the pastry.
say.
Pudding in the
It
pastry.
depends on how you categorize pie, like what you're describing.
It's kind of like, well, I'll blow your mind with this. So is quiche pie, or is it like something else?
Listen, I used to date Keisha. Keep your hands
Quiche.
off her.
Quiche. I love quiche.
It's a fancy
Quiche is-
omelet.
That's her sister. I dated her.
Well,
cousin.
what it depends on how you define pie. Like, you could define it in a way where it would include quiche or pudding pie, or
Yeah.
you could define it in a way where it excluded those.
If you have to bake it and it has a crust, it's a pie.
Yeah. Crust.
But
Pie.
you bake.
So
but
then
you bake.
quiche and mousse would fall under, would count.
But Vinny, you bake strudel and it has a crust.
I'm
Pie,
sorry.
strudel of pie.
Let
Does
me
it have to be round?
I don't know.
let me mansplain this to you. A quiche is a tart. A quiche is a tart. Like a cheesecake. Like a cheesecake. A
Is
cheesecake
a cheesecake a pie?
it's a tart.
What
It's
about
a wheel.
mousse? Why do
Or
they
it's
even
a
have
hunker.
different names? If it's all pie,
Jeff,
why
it's a
even call
hunker.
it mousse?
It's a hunker. I'm gonna call choose now a hunker. Do you have a
I'm
hunker?
sorry.
Steve?
What's a tart?
Wow, that's personal.
Explain tart to me.
It's an open pastry containing some sort of delectable,
A
delectable
pastry
nom nom
shallow
nom
sides.
inside.
No top
So if you
crust.
if you
So there's
shrink
no
a
top
pie,
crust.
is it tart?
What pie?
If you shrink a pie, is it tart? If you make a pie a mini pie, is that a tart?
No, it's
missed-
still a mini pie because it
I
has a
missed the
top
first-
crust.
No,
Yeah,
be a
what-
cookie.
What's the first part of your question? I keep missing the whatever word you're saying.
If you shrink a pie.
Oh, shrink. If you shrink it, you're silly.
I think there's exercises for that.
There's an app for that.
Also, I got a little bit distracted because when I start thinking about like upper crust, I start thinking like pot pies or soup with a roof. You know what I mean? And then I just like went really fucking
Soup with the roof.
out there.
A pot of pie. People
Mm.
try to take on my pots and
Dropping
pies.
mics over here.
Can you tell me what soup would not be better in a bread bowl? Is there such a soup?
Maybe like Thai soup, that Tom Yum guy, whichever
Oh,
one without the coconut, which I love so much, but I don't know if
I
it would
love it.
go good in a pie.
Have you ever?
It might.
Oh gosh, there's a really good canned version of that. I don't know
Really?
if you've ever- Yeah.
No,
can
I didn't. Oh my
can I
god, I
say
did
it?
not know. I didn't
Oh
even
my gosh, it
imagine.
is so good. Here, can I say it, or do you want me to put it in the private chat? It's so good.
Yeah, no,
No,
definitely.
you
Don't,
guys are
It's
don't
it's like
hold
it's
out.
by that Amy's Organic. It comes
Oh
usually in a
yeah, the
purple
ones that
can.
were exploiting their employees. Yes, I'll have to.
So I don't know about all that,
They're
but let me
making
tell you
good
about
soup.
this soup.
Like,
Let me tell you about this. Never mind. I don't know about
during
that.
COVID or something, I think it came out that. Let's see.
Oh yeah,
Tom
yeah,
Yum
yeah.
Kai is the best soup ever. There's a can of this.
It is so good, and I really don't like promote a lot of coconut stuff because it's
Yeah,
not
the
my
work.
favorites. But it's so good. And here's the hot look. I'm not saying you shouldn't or you have. Look, put some potato chips in and have yourself a party in your mouth. Just saying, it's so good.
This is a delicacy debacle.
A lobster bisque goes very
Okay,
nice
that's
in
my
a
next
bread bowl.
title.
Yeah.
It's absolutely delicious. And even the mushrooms, like I don't really like talk about an architectural adventure. Mushrooms are weird,
You're not
for
a fun
me.
guy, that's why.
There you go. But like this, nom nom nom, so good. Every bit
I
of
just
it.
want to address the fact that I'm between Shift and Finney right now, and it's so quick. Everything is. You guys are so quick. Mic droppers all the time. Nothing new.
Mhm.
But I'm between you guys. So both of my ears are like, what the fuck's going on?
That's why it says
Right.
eek. He says eek.
Yeah, it's hard to tell us apart because of all the emojis we use that are similar.
What if I talk like this?
This is my real voice, so do whatever.
Hi, this is my voice, everybody. Hi, dog.
Hi, I'm Vinny. Italian flag. Cigarette emoji. Why I order?
Italian flag, cigarette, eyeball, eyeball, eyeball.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Eyeball, side eyeball, cigarette, frying pan. Whatever. Respectfully.
Oh my goodness.
I saw those eye movements. I saw it that time, Spike. I said,
He
"Mike,
might see.
I felt like Craig on Friday. Like, am I dripping? You know, when he's looking at the dog statue, it's going. I'm watching Spike's eyes, and his eyes.
Hang on, I gotta look at this fish soup story.
Why I oughta?
Why?
Hey Mike C, where do you fall on the mustard mayhem? Just for a little preview for the next stream. What kind of mustard are you into, if any?
I don't usually I don't eat mustard.
Okay. That, you know what? Figures.
I'm a spicy brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody knows that, Vinny. You ain't gotta tell anybody that. Okay, Mr. States the obvious.
I like beaver.
I do
Have
have
you
the
ever
best
had
tan this
beaver
this time
soup?
this year, you know.
Beaver mustard.
Capitone.
No,
But I do suggest casings on. Wear your casings, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I love. I know people always go for mustard on hot dogs. I love hot dogs, but
Jeremy,
like
I didn't find anything on it. I
Mike, you
saw
just
the
have it
recipes
plain,
for
or
the
just
soup,
throw-
but I
what
didn't
do you
see the
throw on
rest
your
of the
relish?
stuff.
Sauerkraut.
Yeah, I love a good chili dog. Good chili dog is the best. So with
chili dog.
onions. Yeah.
Wait, do you like sauerkraut?
No, I don't like sauerkraut. I just like
Mustard
I'll
and
do
sauerkraut.
sauerkraut once in a while.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, I
Jeff,
feel it's very,
I like
very
the smell of it
traditional.
when it's cooking, though. That's how.
Not a big
Jeff,
fan
can
of.
you have-
I'm not a big fan of vinegar. Sauerkraut has so much vinegar. It's just really sour.
Sauerkraut's actually really good for your digestive tract.
It is.
Facts.
And I like the sweet relish. The sweet
What's up,
purple
Shift?
relish.
Can you have more than 6 on your panel?
Yeah, I can have 10.
Okay, cool. Well, fancy pants over here. Good for you.
aggressively.
We got plenty of room here on the architectural textual adventure to come step right up.
When you're done, just get over there and mow my lawn.
Kraut and mustard is definitely an acquired taste, though. I feel like when I was young, I had it because it was a very traditional way to have a dog.
Yeah.
Now I can't get enough. I mean, when I go to a hot dog place, I get one chili dog. Shout out Mike. But I go with a kraut and mustard for my number 2 for sure. Gotta get 2 dogs when you're at the place.
You have to. Usually one's already gone by the time you get back to your fucking seat if you're at the ballpark.
Yeah, we have something here called Famous Uncle Al's. They have I think they have like 5 locations, and they don't do dirty work. They do it on the grill, and they only use boar's head franks. The boar's heads.
Yeah,
the best.
good.
Not bad.
The best hot dog ever with the casing with the snap. Great.
Gotta have a snapper.
Yeah, well, the
Gotta have
casings will have that snap if you do it.
Yeah. Good stuff. Hot dog talk. You know, it's funny because
Hot dog. I could have just titled it that. That would be my next.
Hot dog talk. Okay.
Hot dog.
Yeah,
Mike,
nothing like
made
a
a,
wiener.
see, Mike.
That's a title wiener right
hilarious,
there.
and he just kept. He didn't even know that was a good funny one.
yeah, I mean,
It's hot dog talk with Mike Cerrone.
you make a good living. You can make, you know, people do the food trucks. People do food trucks. People make really good money doing the food trucks. It's hard work, but if you have a hot dog cart, like say in a really hot area, you make good money. You can make just slinging hot dogs.
Oh, yeah.
I want to drive the hot dog truck.
Yo, I
Well,
want to
or
drive
at least ride in it.
The Wienermobile, Jeff. We'll drive around Manhattan.
I'll be like Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, on the roof of it.
We'll chase
Oh, we were talking about hijacking the. We were talking about hijacking the tank earlier. What about hijacking the Wienermobile?
The wiener truck, yeah. Well, I did say, like, if I'm ever in a police chase, I'd want it to be in a wiener truck.
Jeff,
Wow.
would you sit on top and throw like confetti in the air? Like
Yeah, I thought at first I want to be a passenger, but now I think I want to be on top, like in Priscilla, and I could
Oh,
be throwing
my.
glitter, confetti.
my.
Yes, that would be more like New Orleans style. Throw beads.
Yeah, throwing beads at people.
The balloons,
That is funny.
wieners, plastic wieners.
That's
You
a
know
terrible
what?
mental illness. It's all good.
I really hope that people relish all these Wienermobile jokes.
Well, you
Relish.
said relish. Relish is on a hot dog, isn't it?
Yeah, I did. I saw what I heard, and I saw, and I meant to do what
Hopefully,
I
it'll
did there.
just shroom into something wonderful.
Yeah.
Great.
Wait, but what about you guys are talking about relish? What about mustard relish? That yellow relish? You guys like that stuff?
I never even heard of it. Sounds nasty.
Dude, they
Yeah,
got
but-
pickle ketchup now. I mean, what are we talking
Oh my
about?
god. I don't even...
What is
Yeah,
that? I thought you were all about. I thought you were a pickle meister. What the fuck?
I am, but not when not weird pickle stuff. And the thing is, I hate cucumber. Like cucumbers is one of my worst food ever.
Oh my gosh, that's
I
so
hate
funny.
cucumbers. I could not even eat something a cucumber touched, and I fucking love
Really?
pickles.
Wow.
Especially like the big deal baseball game pickles. Oh my god, they're so good.
They do something down here. I never knew about it, and it's actually really good. You take cucumber slices and you put it in cold water. You ever have cucumber water? Anybody?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like cucumber water actually,
It's really
Oh my!
refreshing.
I was just about to say, like, this guy hates cucumbers, and you're like,
but I
trying
like
to,
the
like,
water. I just can't
that's-
stand the taste
that's
of the
interesting.
flesh of a cucumber. If it's in a salad,
Oh,
if it's
wow.
touched something in a salad, it ruins the whole salad.
I like
And
how
see,
you say
we're-
fresh. Cucumber, I never heard that before. It's rare.
But Jeff, you eat eggplant?
Yeah, if it's cooked right. I love like eggplant parmesan. And there was
Yeah.
this Chinese dish. One time I forgot, it was like Szechuan eggplant or something. It was the best thing on the menu. Oh my god, this thing was so good. I don't know what they did to it. So if eggplant's cooked the right way, it could take the place of meat for me.
Totally.
Yeah, it's really good. It's kind of like people that do the portobello mushrooms, right? They do the portobello mushrooms. It's almost like you're eating beef, but you're not. You're eating a vegetable.
Profound,
people-
sir. Profound.
Like, imagine what they'll be able to do with the bugs.
With the like insects.
Bug parmesan.
Oh my word. Okay, all right. This broco is getting a little bit much over here.
Angels
what's
are
that?
worms.
You saw that chef, right? Andrew Zimmerman. It's the ball guy. And he travels the world and he eat all the weirdest stuff.
Oh,
And,
I think somebody was talking about it. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, overseas they do. They actually eat insects. They eat them like
Yeah, I'm
they're
not
just like
doing that.
putting them down. I'm like, whoa, you know.
But listen,
Mr. P is eating right now. I'm sure this is really helpful to him as he stuffs his face.
He's a grown man.
He's eating a trash cake. He's eating a trash cake as we speak.
I went to the bug museum in New Orleans, and you could try different bugs. They had a little like bug snack plate you could put together.
You had a poo-poo powder of bugs?
Yeah.
You had a bug fay?
Most of it was like corn nuts. It just reminded me of little crunchy shells that were seasoned and stuff.
Who said bug fay? Who said it? Who said it? Who said it?
Gotta be Vinny.
Vinny, was that you?
what?
Did you say bug fay?
No.
Who was the bug fay?
I think it was P.
That was
It
me.
was you, Spike.
P, take the
No,
credit.
Mr.
That was
P.
good.
Oh, it's Mr. P?
In between shoes.
Oh my gosh, Mr. P. Fuck yeah. Way
All
to
you can
redeem
eat bug
yourself.
fay.
I was not. Wow, that was. Hold on.
There we go. Nice.
The buffet.
Oh my god.
I love it when Spurgs get together. We ought to do this more often.
Speaking of,
That is not nice. That to me, that's not a nice word.
Oh,
Is
well,
this the man
It
who ruined the
captures-
buffet at the
Perfect.
golf
No.
club? Beverly Hills Cop, ladies and gentlemen.
oh yeah.
Is this
misinformation.
the man
See, you
who
fell
ruined
for
the buffet
even
at the
you,
golf
Jeremy.
club?
I saw the new Beverly Hills Cop. It's called Axel F. I
What?
think
They're-
yeah, it's on Netflix. It's on.
Is
Netflix.
Eddie in it?
Yeah, Eddie's in it. And
Okay, wait. You make my head blow up. What's it? It's out now on Netflix.
They're
It's
all
on
in
there.
it. They're all
Yeah.
in it.
Okay, y'all. Kane is streaming right now. Y'all can go over to his stream. I am going to watch Beverly Hills Cop 5 with Eddie Murphy. I had no idea that they had a
Yeah.
new one and Eddie was
You
in
might
it.
be a little disappointed.
Oh, really?
yeah. Axel's
I
funny.
liked
He's-
his latest
Yeah.
stuff, like Dolomite. And he did some
Yeah.
other.
I liked 48 Hours with him and Nolte.
That was good too.
Bananas in the tailpipe.
You're gonna fall for the banana and the tailpipe.
When he
So
got
you
Spike,
watched it? Y'all watched it? It's not as. Does it live up?
it's really not what you're gonna expect.
Oh.
But it's still that
Is Eddie
same-
funny?
There's funny parts. There's
Oh.
funny parts. Yeah.
Okay, well
For me,
maybe
it
I'll
was
keep
the
the stream going a
nostalgic
little longer.
seeing I forget his name of the detectives. Seeing they're getting
Rosewood and
Taggart.
Taggart, yeah.
I wanted to say Tackleberry, but that's a police academy.
That's from Police Academy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Taggart. I mean, I watched it in a way like, oh, that guy hasn't worked in 20 years. It's good to get him back on the screen.
What's his name? Billy Rosewood. What's his name? Is his name Judd? What's his real first name? But he was in a bunch of movies. He was in what that movie with Phoebe Cates and
Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Sean Penn, Ridgemont High.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yeah,
he would drive and deliver the food with the chicken.
Yeah. I think that was his first movie.
Is that the one? It's like set in the 50s, and they're at a drive-through. They hang out.
No, it's early 80s. And
literally, what my neighborhood is all about. That was filmed at my mall right here.
Fast Times at
Really?
Ridgemont High.
Yeah.
Which one am I thinking of? The one from
you
the
haven't
70s.
seen Ridgemont High?
I'm getting it confused with the one with Ron Howard. It's in the 50s.
Oh, that's Happy Days.
American Graffiti.
I'm getting it confused with American Graffiti. Okay, let me reorient. I got it now. I don't.
Remember when they were doing
Yeah, Spicoli. Okay, I think I saw it when it came out and don't remember
orders a
much
fucking
about
pizza
it.
right there in his classroom, man. It's great.
The most iconic thing is when the guy from ESPN is interviewing Spicoli and he's standing there with the waves and the fake waves in the background because he was having a dream that he was like a surfing star. Oh God!
He wanted to be a surfing star, right? Yeah.
I just look at the wave and say,
he had that white shit on his nose, so he doesn't get sunburned. He's like, I was out there on the waves,
Where'd you get this jacket? He's like trying to take the guy's jacket. That movie has so many funny parts.
Spicoli.
It does. Well, yeah, man.
The quintessence of
it's Cameron Crowe. I love him. Almost Famous is maybe one of my favorite movies ever.
Yeah. He made some good movies, Cameron Crowe.
Yeah.
Forrest Whitaker played the big football player in that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Remember
maybe I'll watch that.
Oh,
tonight,
they did.
then.
They fucked this Trans Am up.
He's gonna kick your ass. He's gonna kick my ass.
He took all that aggression out on the other team.
Yeah. Remember, he's like, he's like chomping at the bit, and he's on the line. He's like ripping through people. Oh my God. Oof. That's a good movie. And that's the movie where you saw Phoebe Cates topless. That's like her famous scene when just come out of the pool. Yeah.
I like
it was a little bit a generation ahead of me, but it was literally filmed like that food court, the hot dog on a stick, all that stuff is like where I was hanging out.
Yeah, man.
In later years.
People watching at the mall, right? Spike, you go to the mall, you just people watch. That was the place to be, Just hanging around the food court, just spitting game at people.
Like we took that we took that for granted, but like I don't know if they're gonna have things like malls where people go interact in person anymore. Like now that we have internet, who's gonna leave their house to go to a mall?
Remember,
everybody needs to go to the mall. They're gonna have to take a temperature. No architectural temperature adventure. We're going straight to the mall.
The mall was a big. The mall was a big deal.
They're ghost towns here.
If you don't have the right temperature adventure, your spit better turn into some texture.
Yeah. All right, we have somebody in the back called Dino. It's a dinosaur.
Oh yeah, dinosaur Dino.
Oh,
he's a
no.
Yes. No. Yes.
Do we have to take a vote?
Yes. All the yeses.
Okay. I'll try him out.
His name is D-Bro.
D-Bro? Dino?
No, he's Dino, but he's the bro.
What's up? Are you there?
Hey, I'm here.
Hey, are
That's
you
him.
legit? That is him.
That's so legit.
Oh shit, it's Dino. Let's go.
Dino.
Oh, Dino. I thought My bad. I thought it was Birdo. I was like, that's what I was
Oh
saying.
no, Birdo!
no.
I
Screw
already
you.
met
I'm not
Birdo.
no
Came here the
goddamn
other
Birdo.
day.
Fuck you. Don't say
No
that shit.
Birdo.
Fuck Birdo.
They're
I'll
like,
jump up
it's
here and
kind of
show
like how
everybody my penis in 5 minutes. You watch out.
Dino, you have a channel? What's your channel?
It's my name.
Dino.
people are always getting
Okay.
like
How you
those
doing,
two
Dino? Long
confused,
time,
just like Vinny and I always. Cigarette emoji and whatnot.
All right. Well, welcome, Dino.
So, as you know, the last time I was here, I told a joke.
Oh, you were here before?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember. Sorry, we get a lot of people.
You're like so memorable, Dino. You're like so
Yeah, I feel like I
memorable.
remember the dinosaur. I
Yeah,
grew
like
up with
Started
Dino.
into the
architecturally advanced
recesses
your
of his
temperature.
mind so far back he can't remember it.
No, I literally I got the same intro. It's all good. We cool. We just step right up, buckle up. We're just gonna take a architectural temperature adventure. Tell your
Yeah,
original joke or
we're on
whatnot.
a magical
Oh
mystery
yeah,
tour
I got
here.
a couple of jokes actually.
Yes.
One is more like a statement. You know, I've been reading a book about anti-gravity. I can't seem to put it down.
Hey,
I
dad
get it.
joke. Let's go.
I laugh
Hey,
just because I get them. I'm so proud. I laugh. Hey, Dino, if you put the link to your channel in the back, I'll put it in the comments.
that's so nice.
Let me tell my one last joke. I don't know if anybody knows, but I invent new words all the time, and I just invented a new one. Plagiarism.
How
That
dare
is
Dino?
so fucking meta.
How
That was
damn?
brilliant.
How
That
damn
was brilliant.
Mitch dare
Shit,
kick
didn't you
him
tell
off the
that joke?
panel? Remove him immediately. You are banned from every single
Oh, this.
architectural temperature adventure.
I'm
You
having a
bastard.
mental emotional orgasm
Let me
right
get a
now. That was
lump.
so brilliant.
Well, I'm
dinosaur
rage
delivered.
quitting. I hope you're happy.
That temperature to make my
I
architecture.
hope you're happy. It's the perfect
Hey, Abe.
temperature for rage quit.
Rage quit.
Hey, what's your
Rage
name?
quit.
Wait, who quit? Who's raging?
Fish. Shit happens. Quit.
Fish quit.
Yeah, she quits.
Oh.
She's mad at me. She's got big
Oh, is this
boobs,
her
and I
thing? She
hate
does this.
boobies,
That's
so
her
she
thing.
don't like being around.
Well, it was fun. Shit, please come back whenever you want.
Yeah.
This is a blast.
She's actually stayed a lot longer than normal. She usually just does drive-bys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I enjoy it.
Yeah.
Definitely, there's a space for you here.
Alive by.
All right. Well, I guess
It's
Dino's gonna
alive.
have to pick up the slack.
Yeah, it's alive. Now,
Coming
really, I was waiting for you to do a harumph. You didn't do a
Coming.
harumph.
this fall.
I didn't get a
That's-
rump from that guy.
Starring live by.
That's Headley. Another great movie,
Hedley Lamar.
Blazing
Headley.
Saddles.
That's right.
Best
One of the best movies of all time.
Yeah, Mel Brooks
There you
is a genius, a freaking genius.
I love how they put GOV period on his back when he was playing the governor.
You
Oh
go.
gosh, darn it,
He said
the sheriff is
gov.
a nerd.
On his back.
The sheriff is. Ding! Yeah, they wouldn't put it on. Yeah. Oh man.
The sheriff is a bong.
It's funny because the guy, the sheriff, and then shoot, Willy Wonka. What's his name again? Gene Wilder.
Gene Wilder.
They had such chemistry. Those two had such chemistry, between the two in the movie. And Gene Wilder and Ricky Schneider they did two movies together. Great chemistry. Gene Wilder was he was like the straight-laced white guy, but he also could like play off of the person that was a little bit more street, and it was
the end scene in Blazing Saddles. Jeff, I don't know if you remember it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It has all the gay guys in the tuxedos with Tom
Yeah,
DeLuise
yeah.
directing them, and they're doing like this big like orchestra, really glamorous with the fountain and everything. And the next stage studio is them filming Blazing Saddle, like how Mel Brooks tied it all into one, and he knocks down their wall, and they all just start fucking.
He literally broke down the fourth wall while breaking down the fourth wall.
Yeah, he took the fourth wall down. It was brilliant. And the one guy's like in the tuxedo, and he's like the big cowboy guy. He's like, "You brute, you brute, you brute," and he starts pounding, and then he stops and he just starts hugging them. He goes, "Ah."
Yeah.
The cowboy
He goes-
get almost frustrated, just started beating the shit out of him.
Yeah.
They even went to the studio lot cafeteria and was fighting with all the other people.
The funniest line, Vinny's right before the fight. The guy goes, "Get him, girls!" And they all run and they all start attacking the Cowboys. Remember who
to the gay guys?
Yeah, the gay guys were fighting.
Yeah. They all
fighting with
Jeff,
the
they all had their
Cowboys.
top hats and
Well,
canes.
that was prophetic.
Let's go, girls.
Do
Let's
Do
get
you
'em.
know who the director was of the gay people movie? I guess you'd call it. Remember who the
what?
director? It was Dom DeLuise. You know who? You know.
John DeLuise.
Oh,
was the
yeah,
band
I remember
leader.
him.
Throw out your
DeLuise.
hands, stick out your toes, go out
Yeah,
your
throw
hands,
out
give
your
them a
hands.
push.
Yep.
And they did that like twice. And the last time when they said give them a push, the whole fucking wall cuts down.
Dom DeLuise. There's a part where
This is
Dom
the
DeLuise.
whole cowboy scene, the dust of the whole set. He just comes in there, the horses are running
Yeah.
through the mountains.
Great. It's great, man. And
All
it's
right.
not.
Well,
It's
I gotta
not-
leave. I'm actually in the middle of eating dinner, so I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right, man.
okay. Well, take care. Good.
If
stopping
I
by.
may come back, who knows?
Yeah, sure. We might be here.
Ah, Spicoli. Look, there's Spicoli. He's all right. There he is.
I might go watch Fast Times. I had forgotten all
That
about
stuff
that
on his nose, I was saying. Oh, yeah, I was out riding the waves high.
He's like, I just look at the wave and say, "Let's party, bro." Like that when you gotta see that movie is great. Spicoli. This movie made Sean Penn a superstar.
Is
Like,
it
he
better
was
than
so-
Beverly Hills 5? Like, if I had one movie to watch tonight, is it?
1,000%. And you're gonna
I
get a
would
lot of the
watch-
references because it's your generation.
I would
Yeah,
do
I
Fast
think
Times
I'll
at
watch
Richmond
that
High.
one.
Yes.
You can't go wrong with that movie. And it had a young Jennifer Jason Leigh in it.
You
I think that was-
recognize-
in my book, the
You'll recognize a lot of people in the movie that would.
Yeah.
top 10 movies of my life,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
very old school
Blazing
California.
Saddles. Now you're gonna
Yeah.
have. Maybe I might watch Blazing Saddles.
Oh,
I used to
Blazing
say I'm the generation between Fast Times at Ridgemont High and Dazed and Confused.
Oh, yeah. I was the Days of Confused generation. At least the one portrayed in the movie.
Well, yeah,
But
yeah,
Days,
yeah.
That
but
was my
Days and
childhood.
Confused. Days and Confused wasn't that like basically shot in Texas? Like it was it wasn't California.
That was the
right?
guy
It
that
was-
did Slacker, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was somewhere in the Midwest, I think.
yeah. But it had a California vibe. But they were
Let's see. Well, he's from Austin. Probably Austin, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's Austin. Most of his movies are set in Austin. But Austin has a California vibe. That's probably where you got that impression. It's the California of Texas.
Yeah,
man.
a lot of people moved to Austin in the past. 4
Set in
years.
1976. I was in first grade. So
You're right, Vinny.
that is
Yeah.
the bell bottom era.
I don't know if it's still continuously growing, but that was a real hot spot last time I looked.
I think it may or may not have started with, the stand-up comedy community really moved over there.
Is that Spike? Is that where he got
I
the
just
phrase?
recently heard of that, Spike. Sorry,
It's,
man.
no, you're good. Is that where he got the phrase? All right, all right, all right. Is that from that movie? I'm trying to remember.
That's from the Lincoln Lawyer, isn't it?
Well, McConaughey got that. All right, all right, all right. I think it
Matthew
was Days of
McConaughey?
Confused. He said it in. I think it was. I can't remember.
That sounds like Matthew McConaughey.
McConaughey's he's a good actor, man. Yo, he was
Yeah.
so good in True Detective.
Oh, I know. That's
He
my
was
favorite.
so good.
Lincoln Lawyer was. I think he was really good.
Good movie. And then you go into the different genres. I mean, the movie with him and Jared Leto where he had AIDS.
The Dallas Buyers Club?
Yeah, that was a good movie. Really, really good movie.
I
He had to
still
lose a
haven't
ton
seen
of weight. Yeah, he looked really wild at the end. Dallas Buyers Club. But he's a lot of movies, man. There's a movie with him and Pacino where it's called Two for the Money, where they do like sports betting. It's another good movie if you've never seen it. It's called Two for the Money. Him and Pacino. But yeah. Wah!
Not related, but Moneyball's a great movie too. If you like
Why
Yeah.
does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's Spike.
I
I
think I
like
might
that
have seen that one.
It's about the A's, Oakland. How Billy Bean, Brad Pitt played Billy Bean, took around the Oakland A's to the biggest winning streak. I think it stands to this day, right? Spike was like 27 wins in a row or something like that. Yeah. They did the Oakland A's, right? Yeah, and then
Jonah Hill.
yeah, Jonah Hill. Is that the one? Because Jonah Hill got one nod for supporting actor at the Oscars. I'm not sure if that was the movie, because Jonah Hill was really good in that movie. He was really good. But,
Yeah, he was the money man.
Brad Pitt played Billy Bean perfectly. That was showing how the inner workings of baseball works. And if you like the way, if you're interested in how they draft NFL, you ever see Draft Day with Kevin Costner?
Yeah, I saw
Draft
that.
Day. Good movie. How the inner workings of how they build teams and move it around. So, yeah, man. Right on. So what are you doing? Just carry on, carry on. Are you going over to Canes for a little bit?
I might. I think I've.
You're gonna flat leave us, Jeff? Good, bastard.
I was actually. I was.
I'm kidding.
I was gonna go watch Fast Times at Ridgemont High, but I think I do need a break. I did another 4 hours or so, so I'm up to about 8 hours today.
Vinny, remember the old term Indian giver?
Yes, yes.
Yep.
No take
Like-
backs and find
Yeah,
your keepers.
Flat leavers.
Yeah.
A flat lever was somebody who left you to go hang out with another.
And now
friend,
that's racist.
And they said, "Fuck you." So they
Yeah,
flat
a flat lever. It's like it's now it's called the panelverse. That's what it's called now.
Yeah,
You just-
panel giver.
yeah.
No, panel
Panel
lever.
giver.
You're a panel lever. You're a panel lever. All right,
It's
Jeff.
just-
I'll get out of your hair, guys.
Right.
It's been a pleasure. I'll probably.
Yeah, I
see
might
you.
go live later, Vinny. If you happen to be subscribed,
You're going live.
I might go live in a little bit.
Okay.
Been working
All
on
right.
some things here.
All right,
Mike.
Jeff. Thanks for having me, guys. Good to see
Yeah,
you.
y'all. Thanks for showing up.
right.
I'll be out whenever I'm out. Either
Yeah.
3 in the morning.
My
tomorrow
time is
morning,
your
whatever.
time. That's my pizza. Later, guys.
Here, I'm gonna drop Kane's the link to his live now. If some of you want to go over there, he's
Yeah.
has a panel open. He's
Papa
just
will
watching
say too.
videos right now.
You had an interesting stream today. It was funny.
I love it. Oh, I won't.
Yeah,
That's. I'm getting rid of all the trolls. I'm kicking off all of the childishness that happens here.
You're starting to pick up on.
I'm making room for more of this kind of stuff. I want the fun. I haven't had fun in a while. I need.
Yeah, that's
I need my fun.
because the panel can be mundane. In other words, it can get a little bit boring at times, and then it's good to have people come up and like reinvigorate the conversation.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, absolutely.
Right on, man.
And in a healthy way, and
Yeah.
that got pulled off tonight. So I'm just so appreciative of everybody that
Yeah.
participated in the Archi-textual Temperature Adventure Mustard Mayhem Edition, a Delicacy Debacle.
That's a lot to type out. It's gonna be
I
a
know
long.
we're gonna start having machine lies titles pretty soon.
Cryptic
His
messages.
titles are like this long.
Oh my god, a dissertation, But no,
We're growing.
it's all good, man. No, everything's great. Are you going to go back on later? It's getting late. I mean, well, you're 3
Yeah,
hours
I'll play it by you. I think I'm gonna go unwind with the movie and then
Yeah.
play Premiere from there. I might wake up at 3 in the morning and
Yeah, and just be like, hey,
I'm
who's up?
I'm on panel time now. I've accepted that I am now on panel time.
Yeah,
Real world time has no meaning to me anymore.
it's just it's a perpetual, never-ending day.
I'm going in.
just-
I'm all in. I'm going deep.
goes and goes. Hey, that's what she said. But no, it's all good, man. No, but have fun, man, dude. Fast Times at Ridgemont High is a funny movie. You'll like it. You'll
Yeah, I
enjoy
think
it.
that's what I'm gonna watch, so I could refresh my memory on it.
It'll bring back a lot of memories from like you as like a teenager.
Is it set in this? It was made in '82. Is it set in '82? Like it's set in the time it's made? Because that was the
Yes.
same year as E.T. and Poltergeist, and that little Southern California suburban scene was showing up in all the movies about that time. That was my childhood. That was junior high school.
It's set in the same exact time as the current time of the movie. So it's
Okay.
not, yeah.
So the
So
E.T.
it's-
age.
It's very relative. So when the movie came out, it was very relative because it was kind of like looking at your life,
Yeah, so it was what the older kids were doing while I was in junior
Exactly.
high school. Yes.
But it's all about the mall culture and then just hanging out.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
And then,
excited. I'm gonna go watch it.
Yeah. Hijinks at school. Spicoli orders a pizza to the classroom. It's funny as hell, man. I'm telling you, man. But check it out for yourself. I'm not going to give too much away, but it's a really good movie. And a lot of twists and turns and young love, young girls getting their heart broken, dudes acting a fool. So you'll check it out for yourself. But yeah, it's
Hey,
definitely
Oliver, welcome.
it's like a requiem for like our lives back then. It's a
Yeah,
requiem.
I
It's like you
love
think,
those kind of movies, like Breakfast Club,
yeah,
American Graffiti, Days of Confused. Those
yeah,
generational movies. I love seeing the movies from the different generations.
yeah. Right on, man. Well, do your thing. Check it out. You'll love it. I know you'll love it. So then, got to check back with you later, and you got to tell me what you think about it. Who your favorite character was? Because that movie has a bunch of different characters, and it's awesome.
Well, I'm
But
excited. It's like a
yeah,
little
man.
Panelverse.
But I'm
It's like a
glad to be up
stream.
again. And sorry I caught you on the back end. I wasn't there earlier, but I'll definitely catch you on the rebound, man.
Yeah, we'll see you at the next one or
All
whenever.
right, brother. Take care. Have a good night.
You too, Mike. Take care.
All right. Take care.
Okay, that's it for me. I'm gonna go watch Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Uh, I'll probably be in the Discord watching it. If anybody wants to drop in. All right. Who knows when I'll be out again? Tomorrow, Sunday's my busy day. I have things off and on throughout the day, so I'm gonna be streaming a little more sporadically tomorrow. If I don't do an early coffee stream, it's gonna be like a later morning or afternoon stream. So I'll see everyone then. Thanks for hanging out. It was a lot of fun, guys. I love cutting up like this. Thanks. Keep being cool. And go to hell. Take care.